Okay, good morning, and welcome to this Thursday, July 16th special meeting of the Placerville City Council. Will everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Sir Cleve, are you doing the roll call?
Actually, Regina is online.
Okay. Ms. O'Connell, can we have roll call, please?
Apparently not.
Regina,
Sorry about that.
No
Mayor
problem.
Saragosa,
Here.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Here.
Councilmember Acuna,
Here.
Councilmember Borelli,
Here.
and I believe Councilmember Taylor has recused herself this morning from this meeting. Okay.
That's correct. She was on the committee, the selection committee, so she will not be present at this meeting. Okay, we'll move on to item 3, announcements and presentations to the public. Do we have anything this morning? Okay, staff has indicated no, so we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda.
Move for adoption.
Second. All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we'll move on to public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. And do we have any written communications this morning?
The only written communications we have, Mr. Mayor, relate to the item that is on the public hearing.
Okay. All right, then we will open it up for any oral communications, item 5.2.
If a member from the public would like to speak on item 5.2, now is the time. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and I will remind you when you have 30 minutes remaining.
30 seconds.
30 minutes?
30 seconds.
You are very generous.
I see no public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Okay, with that then, we'll move on to why we're all here this morning. Item 6, discussion, cannabis, item 6.1, cannabis business permit appeals hearing, staff recommendations and findings. And I believe our city attorney, Mr. Driscoll, has a report for us this morning to start with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to start out by formally introducing Ashley Zambrano, who's with the firm of Best and Krieger. She's been an absolute essential help to me in putting this together. She's done yeoman's duty on it and has been very, very helpful in getting through this process, which is, as you can see from the staff report, has many, many sides to it. Before we talk substantively, just a little housekeeping. There's 4 appeals. The appellants are Canatopia and Partners, Element 7, 3 Habitat, and TMG Placerville, also known as Trees. We will be referring to them in the proceedings as the appellants. There are also 3 entities which we've referred to alternately at times as selected applicants or respondents. They are one and the same, and that is Placerville LLC, which we refer to as Sacred Roots, Conscious Consulting, which we refer to as Chuck's, and JSCR, which we refer to as Reserve House. We will pretty much try and refer to them as respondents, but you may hear us call them selected appellants at times, so selected applicants at times. There's another group called interested parties, which are the remaining applicants who are not either appellants or selected applicants. So we had originally, I think, 13 applications. By the time it got to phase 3, there were 11. And so those that I haven't mentioned as either appellants or respondents would be the interested parties. And of course, the public, we don't mean to leave them out. Procedurally, we've asked that the speakers, or that let's put it this way, the appellants and the respondents limit the presence before the council in chambers to 2 people at one time, and a total of 10 minutes for their presentation, excluding council questions. The interested parties, if they want to comment, will not be doing so in chambers. They'll be doing it telephonically or through Zoom. They will have 5 minutes, and the public 3 minutes. Again, use the same media at Zoom or telephonic for their comments. We did receive some written materials yesterday, and I believe that all of those written materials have been forwarded to the council electronically. We tried to provide all of the parties, which is much of the materials that came in, so they could see that, both the respondents and the appellants. So if there's any issue in that, I think we may have some available, copies of those available here at Town Hall if anybody needs them. And I will address some of those comments, some of those written correspondence when we get to the individual appellant that submitted that or respondent that submitted it. So, having said all that, as I mentioned, the appeals raise a great deal of issues with respect to the selected applicants. However, there's a common thread that runs through all of the appeals. And I would summarize one leg of that thread as issues that involve around the following topics: claims of unfair advantage, selected applicants did not meet minimum criteria, application process was inconsistent and improper, selection process unfair, selected applicants were non-responsive, applications were incomplete, and evaluation criteria was ambiguous and unfair. All of those really relate to, I think, one occurrence that happened during the selection process, and that is the mid-level appeals, if you want to call it, or the mid-process appeals. They also relate to the, well, first of all, let me just say that those issues are primarily directed at 2 of the respondents, and that would be Chuck's and Reserve House, because they were the ones that took advantage of that mid-process appeal. Sacred Roots was not involved in that process. There are other challenges to Sacred Roots, which we will deal with as we handle the individual appeals. But these 2 primary issues, let me back up for a minute. The other primary issue that is part of those topics that I mentioned has to do with the selection process that the city manager made when he picked the top candidates, if you will, or the top applicants. The second one, the issue of the top candidate selection, the appeals are based on a lack of, what they claim is a lack of objective criteria for the city manager's decision. And there are also some ancillary issues that we will address later on. But let me talk individually about the mid-process appeals and then the city manager's decision, which I think are the 2 main focus points of the appeals. And it's a thread that runs through most of them. The mid-process appeals, it is claimed, were not authorized by the cannabis ordinance, and but they could be considered as included under the broad powers that the city manager has in adopting procedures for the selection and for that process. The ordinance provides only, however, for appeals from city manager's decision and not of an independent consultant whose role is to screen the application. And if you remember right, and I should go into this now, in the process, when the applications were submitted, they were first screened by Development Services to make sure that they had all the boxes checked and filled out properly. Then they went to HDL, our consultant. HDL actually did a scoring process on the applications. It was phase 2 process, and they awarded points based on the criteria stated in the application that what was needed, information security, location, community relations, all these types of things. HCL scored them. And in their process, the way they did that, what they have indicated to me is they had 3 people involved in that scoring process for the applications, and there was, let's just say 13 of them, I believe, at that time. They scored these, and then HDL had a person who was in charge of the project, I'll call him a supervisor, actually hold what was called a consensus meeting, where they went over the scores and looking for anomalies and things that were out of whack that just didn't make sense, to try and reconcile those kinds of things. And then they came up with what they thought was the scores for each of the applicants based on their phase 2 performance. So there's a lot of information that you're seeing, especially from Chuck's, about what they consider to be unfair scoring, and they use that to want to justify the fact that they should have been able to have this mid-level appeal. But my point is, the ordinance does not talk about an appeal from HDL's decision. It talks about an appeal from a city manager's decision. There's no provision in it for that. Now, as I mentioned, the ordinance is broad. You could probably, if you want to construe it that way, you could say, well, the city manager had the ability to make the rules and procedures for the selection process. Therefore, he could have instituted this mid-level appeal, if you will. And if you accept that argument, and there's some merit to it, there's one other problem, however, that really I think is the Achilles heel with the mid-process appeals, and that is it wasn't provided to everybody. Those appeals were provided to 3 entities that didn't get the requisite 80% from HDL scoring to move on to the next phase. When you do something like that, it allows those entities to have an unfair advantage because it allows them to raise their score through that appeal process, but it doesn't allow anybody else to raise their score. And so there may be somebody who had an 80 or an 82 or an 83 that felt, you know, we got scored a little low on that. We should have the ability to appeal to raise that score, because in the end, all these scores are going to be added up to determine who has the highest score. So by affording it only to those low scores and not affording it to the other people, we feel there's an error in the process that should be rectified. And we're recommending, therefore, that the 2 that made it to 80 as a result of those unauthorized mid-level appeals not be allowed to proceed, and that they be disqualified because they shouldn't have had that opportunity in the first place. And recognizing the hardship that poses on them, nonetheless, we think that's the fairest way that it could be handled or should be handled. On the city manager's selection, again, the ordinance is not very clear as to how he's to make the selection. It says he's to pick the top candidates, and without really a definition of what the top candidates are. So in looking at other portions of the ordinance, however, the ordinance requires that the procedure that the city manager uses and selects include an objective review criteria to be evaluated on a point system or something equivalent to that. Looking at that and looking at what would be the most objective and the less open to a subjective or an arbitrary decision, staff feels that the best way to determine the top applicants is just kind of almost what the name says. Who are the top scorers? Who are the top ones? And so what we are suggesting in this, on our staff report, and it's not the only option, but we are suggesting that, unfortunately, the 2 that took advantage of the mid-level appeals should be disqualified because they shouldn't have had that opportunity, and that the selection process be based upon a very objective criteria, that is the top 1, 2, and 3 candidates based on the overall scoring once they went through the whole process. Now, I mentioned we did look at some other alternatives, and I'm going to turn it over to Ashley to tell you what these other alternatives are that we looked at.
Because I had a question, and maybe she'll answer it, but I was going to say, in the same way, turn, can't you say the others, we should give them a chance to boost their score or not? Instead of eliminating the 2 to bring the other 2
Go back and do it,
and
do over.
And it kind of in that, yeah.
I think Ashley will talk to you about
Okay.
that.
Yeah, I will. It's a great point. Good morning, everyone. So John and I thought it would be helpful to discuss some of the alternatives for how the council could resolve the appeals. The recommendations and analysis that's contained in the staff report are certainly not the only option for the city council this morning. And so we thought it'd be helpful to sort of run through some of the other options and explain that we did consider them. and ultimately why we landed where we did. So one option is to essentially restart the application process based on a finding that if the process was flawed in any way, the whole process should be restarted to ensure fairness in selection. Now, when I say restart the process, there's several meanings. There's options within that option. One of them, as Councilmember Borelli just mentioned, is essentially doing a rescoring or a reevaluation of the current applications that are involved in this process. Although there's certainly the option of also completely restarting the application process on the belief that the whole thing should just be restarted. Some of the reasons that we decided this was not the best course of action is that it does not provide any finality for the selected applicants or appellants at this time, and it necessarily involves a lot of additional time and expense on the part of both the city and the applicants moving forward. We also considered the aspect of fairness to all applicants that are necessarily impacted by such a decision, and so we would recommend that all applicants and not just those before you on appeal be provided the same opportunity. As John mentioned, there were numerous applicants that were part of this process. One of the things that makes the current appeal so tricky is that any decision from the council to reissue permits has the potential to impact all of those applicants, not just the appellants that are before you. Additionally, so much time has passed since the initial application process that it also begs the question of whether new and updated information should be allowed to be considered when if people were to be rescored, and additionally whether new applicants should be provided an opportunity to apply, since many changed circumstances may exist for applicants and appellants alike at this stage in the process. Lastly, we considered additional practical and legal challenges to restarting the process. For example, still needing to clarify how the scoring and final selection process will ultimately occur to ensure that when a new decision and selection is made, we aren't in the same position that we are right now with new appeals of that decision based on the same grounds that are already before you. If the City Council were to go this route, which we do believe the Council has authority to do under its de novo review of the appeals, these are some of the considerations that we think would need to be addressed and clarified in providing direction to staff. These are also some of the same reasons that we ultimately decided not to recommend restarting or rescoring the applicants. Now, the second main option for how the council could handle the appeals that I think would be unfair not to mention is that council also certainly has the discretion to disagree and or reject staff analysis and recommendations in part or completely, and instead decide to deny the appeals and simply uphold the city manager's selection. This too we considered, as the language of the cannabis ordinance is not clear regarding the appeals process or the selection of the top applicants, as John explained. We do believe that the city manager is granted discretion to make the final selection, as he did. So our recommendation is focused on how to address the specific claims on appeal. I think it's important to recognize that our recommendation is not based on a finding that the city manager's final selection was clearly unlawful. The last point on addressing HDL scoring, one of the reasons that the staff analysis and recommendations are framed the way that they are and don't specifically address the validity of HDL scoring in great detail is that none of the appeals actually raise an issue with HDL scoring. None of the appeals challenged that process was unfair or ambiguous, and thus we really focused on what the claims were on appeal for purposes of guiding the council. As now necessarily the scoring, it becomes part of the issues, as you'll hear from the selected applicant's response. Ultimately, we decided that resolving the appeals in the manner proposed in the staff report has the benefit of still upholding the four-phase process that the city had envisioned all along. in light of the specific claims on appeal while still providing a final decision on permit issuance at this time.
One thing, and Ashley's comments reminded me, I meant to, say a little bit more about HDL's process. Mentioned that they had 3 people review the applications, and then they had a consensus meeting. But when those 3 people are reviewing the applications, what I understand from HDL is HDL has a matrix or a criteria that they look at each category, and they do their scoring based upon that matrix or criteria, and that's the same one for everybody. So I just wanted to mention that as
So that was equal.
we feel, from what we understand from HDL, that it was the same yardstick for every candidate. They're all
what I
on
got
the
out of
same
the
rank.
report.
Yeah.
I have one question
Sure.
on, in terms of nobody appealing the HDL methodology. I thought the, Chuck, did actually bring that up, at least in this
Yeah.
last, correspondence, I think yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any comments.
That's correct. So, Chuck, has directly addressed that issue. They were not one of the appellants. They are a selected applicant.
Oh,
So it
so
really
you're-
factors,
okay.
yeah, it factors more so into
Oh,
That's right.
their,
Understood, thank you.
yes.
And I think they were bringing it up in the context as to why they felt some mid-level appeals were justified and should have occurred.
Right.
And I know this is maybe, I'm just for purposes. How qualified is HDL? I mean, what gives them, why did,
HDL has done this for a number of jurisdictions.
Okay.
When we selected HDL, I called several cities that they had done work for. Colfax is the one that immediately comes to mind. There was another one in the Bay Area, and I can't remember the others. Get references for them. And we wouldn't have selected them if the references had been bad. They got,
oh, no, and I'm not questioning that. I'm just questioning, just for
yeah,
information.
they do this for a lot of entities.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions before I go on?
Just a clarification in terms of appeals, just as a general, what was the appeals process, was there an appeals process of the phase 2? Would it have gone directly to city council if somebody had felt that wasn't, or was there just no option? Is that what we're saying?
What we're saying is that the ordinance does not have any provision for an appeal of the phase 2 scoring.
Okay.
Only the context of the city manager's decisions, and it's interesting because where it's placed in the ordinance, the appeal process is after a bunch of provisions about the city manager denying to renew a permit or to issue a permit, these types of things, and then all comes the city manager's decision can be appealed. So it's pretty clear to me that the ordinance is talking about, when it talks about appeals, only talking about appeals of decision made by the city manager. Now, in giving all due respect to the arguments, I mean, Chuck makes the argument that the decision by HDL not to give them the 80% amounted to a denial of a permit, and therefore they should have a right of appeal. Still was not the city manager's decision. Councilmember Quinn, you have?
Regarding, Ashley, thank you for outlining the options that we face today. Would another option be for the council to deny the appeals, but still go ahead and issue any number of licenses? We're not obligated to issue 3 today. Is that another fact to kind of keep in mind as we go
Correct.
forward?
You have the discretion to issue none, 1, 2, or 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Rather than repeat what I said about what we've considered to be the 2 main issues with every applicant when they come in, I'm not going to do that, but I'll just look at some individual things that pertain to that particular applicant. And so the first one, appellant rather, the first one we're going to have is Canatopia, and they raise an issue as to Sacred Roots. Sacred Roots is the one that is located within 250 feet of a school, their proposed location. And that has been raised by a couple of the appellants. I think Trey's raised that as well. We knew that. staff looked at that, and it is within that radius. State law allows jurisdictions to have lesser distances than are required by the state regulations. So the city has the ability to allow a facility within that distance. However, it would require, in this case, a variance. And so it's made very clear in the land use letter that they get from community development, or not community development, developmental services, used to be community development, that they have to get all variances and land use requirements that may be necessary. So the fact that it can be done is going to be subject to a variance issued by the Planning Commission, and that could be appealed to City Council as well.
So if the planning commission denied them that particular, if they were issued the license or go ahead, then could they find another location, and that would that have to then come back to?
Well, the ordinance isn't clear on that, but, you know, if they say stay number one, or stay within the ones that are gonna be eligible for issuance of a permit, and they would not get issued the permit until they got the variance from the
Right.
Planning Commission, they could probably try and find another license. Another location, but that would be a material difference in their application, so it may very well disqualify them.
Wow, okay.
The other issue that was raised in Canatopia's appeal had to do with whether or not there was misinformation or lack of information in Sacred Roots' application about a period of time when they had an issue with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department, and Pure Life may or may not have been shut down. That information was well known to staff and was disclosed to staff, and so we have felt that is not an issue in the appeal that should be considered as meritorious. And is there anything else, Ashley, that I?
No, I would just clarify that, Canatopia did, as with all of the applicants, it did include, the issues raised about the mid-procedure
Right.
appeals and the selection process. So, I think the way we envisioned is, you know, we've sort of discussed all of those issues. We won't necessarily repeat them for each appeal, but they are still there. Those are issues that are common to all of them. The particular challenges to Sacred Roots that John just mentioned are the additional substantive claims that are in Canatopia's appeal. And the only other thing that I would recommend is, I'm sure you're all aware, but we do recommend holding each appeal hearing consecutively, asking questions, deliberating to the extent you need to, but holding a final decision until all appeals have been heard.
So I guess we're ready for Canatopia's representative. Thank you.
Our official summoner.
Can you tell me to tell? I can do it. Yeah, it can be all right.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Patrick Goggin, and I represent Canatopia. It was an applicant that originally tied for third under the scoring process, under the health application process. With me today is Chris Fancy, an applicant, and available to answer questions as needed. I'm going to get through this presentation as well as I can with this face mask on. I'm not used to doing this. At times, I may just grab a sip of water as needed. First of all, I want to thank the staff, the city clerk, the city manager, city council, and mayor for undergoing this difficult process. And undergoing it in a time that is truly unprecedented in what we've faced over the past 4 months. It's a real credit to you to get this process, together. And, you know, in the vein of, and the interest of time, I will try to keep things short. You're gonna have a lot of folks coming before you today, and we wanna, if necessary, we will address issues, in a rebuttal, opportunity. Canatopia stands by its submittal, its submitted appeal, and its rebuttal, and the scoring that found it, to be in third place. Today, you know, we really have a theme that was brought up and discussed earlier. It's really, the theme of the day is really around fairness. Canatopia agrees in part with the staff recommendation. The issuance of permits to 2 applicants that failed the required 80% is fundamentally unfair. The interim appeals process is simply beyond the scope of Ordinance 1694. The city manager's discretion to choose 2 originally failing applicants over the top scorers after phase 3 and without an explanation is an abuse of discretion. And staff's recommendation to choose an applicant whose location requires a variance is also unfair. Staff's recommendation to exclude Canatopia, even though it tied for third and had one of the top highest location scores, is again an unfair result. No matter how the city council chooses today, you will, well, actually, we offer, and we'll get there, a nice, elegant solution. But really, if you don't follow this elegant alternative solution, you're going to have upset parties, and you're going to have potential litigation. But what is that elegant solution? Ordinance 1694, Section 5.28.080, as I cited in our submitted papers, endows the city council with discretion to expand the number of permits. Here, discretion is warranted to achieve the city's and the staff's goal of fairness. Canatopia therefore advocates for alternative forms of compromise, one that was not brought up originally just a few moments ago when you were talking about the options. Canatopia, having tied for the third highest percentage score after phase 3, cannot fairly and reasonably be excluded and left behind. Canatopia urges City Council to do the right thing in the interest of fairness, equity, and importantly, resolution for the city. Canatopia supports the City Council to expand the number of permits to potentially 7, giving relevant stakeholders, the selected applicants, and the appellants, a reasonable period of time, whether that's 6 months or 12 months or 18 months. God knows this process has been going on a long time. But the last thing we want to see is it starting all over again. That is fundamentally unfair. They should be allowed this opportunity to obtain their permit. Choosing this solution, making this choice, will end the acrimony. It will quash potential litigation, and it will truly achieve a fair result. You could make this a short hearing. You could employ your codified discretion right now. I implore you and I urge you to consider it. Thank you. And we'll answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions at this time? Seeing none? No? Okay. All right. I don't have any. Sorry, just a moment.
It's all right. We'll be available again to address issues that come up
Absolutely.
from the like that.
Yeah, after the
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your presentation, thank you.
So now, we get to hear from the three selected applicants, yeah.
To the extent they want to.
They're responding to Canatopia's argument.
Each one of the
Yeah.
three will respond.
Right. And then, after we do the, selected applicants, we can see if there's any interested parties that want to comment, and then any public comment.
Gotcha. After all, okay, after everybody, not,
Oh, someone have,
Yeah, each
Yeah.
one is considered
Each
its own
one.
public hearing.
yeah.
Should we ask if there's any public
So
comment?
is Regina taking care of it?
Yeah, she'll do
so
that. After we get through with the interested parties' comments, and the question is, do you want to have rebuttal? Do you want to roll on rebuttal? You can.
I don't remember in our notice.
We didn't have that in there.
Okay,
So who's coming in now?
The,
the
It'll
selected
be like-
applicant.
Chuck's or
The selected people.
Reserve House,
Sacred Roots.
Sacred Roots, and they're gonna address Canatopia's,
claims in their,
Claim about, that's, what- okay.
They're upstairs listening to this.
Okay.
I don't trust us. We have
Hello, can you hear me? I don't know.
yes, good morning.
Kelly Chisano, represent, Sacred Roots, Pville, CA, LLC. There was a little, slight, technical writing in the difference. It's written out as Placerville, CA. It is actually PVILLCA. That's our true corporation. Not important right now. So I'm responding to Canatopia's, allegations against us. So, in regards to the application, in the original application, as I read it, a location change was, permitted. If we were granted the permit, it would just be at the discretion of the city. So that wasn't, as I understand it, as my lawyer understands it, we should not be disqualified if, for whatever reason, the variance is not able to be procured, which I feel we have good reason, which you've all been presented that in your finding, or in our rebuttal, that explains, and you all know the demographics, because you all actually live in the city, from where our location is to these sensitive areas. The sensitive areas are obstructed with a vertical cliff. It's about a 350-foot elevation change through private property and backyard. You'd have to jump over a fence. And the ultimate goal of this provision from the state is to keep children and youth away from the front doors of these locations. Not to say that they would ever get in the front door, but to keep them from having to pass by. As we know, if you were to be at the Sierra School or the Federated Church, which are the only two that are in question, you would have to go about a 0.6 mile walking one way, or go backwards down a one-way street to make it a 0.4 mile walking. So really, great distance between that. The other issue that I heard, the other thing that I heard brought up was to grant all 7, or change the number of the amount of permitted licenses. And when we applied for this originally, we were applying to be one of 3 licensees. We were not applying, we might not have even applied had we known that there were going to be 7 shops, or more than 3 in the city of Placerville. As you all know, it's a very small city, and I think 3 was I think they were actually wavering on 2 or 3 originally, and they went with the little more lenient 3. So hearing talk of 5, 7, not anything we're interested in. I don't have much else to say. I think you guys know what you're looking at. I really appreciate all the time and work, and thank you all for being here, and we'll keep doing this, and I'll see you when I come back downstairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You want me to tell who's next?
That would be Chuck's response, right?
Mhm.
And then after
and then
Reserve House, and then we'll go back to Canatopia again.
if they want to do a rebuttal, we'll give them 5 minutes for a rebuttal if Canatopia wants.
morning.
Good morning, council. My name is Ariana Van Stein, and I'm the interim pastor Chuck Wellness Center.
I can't hear you.
Over the map.
Just talk a little louder.
Okay. Prior to addressing the individual staff recommendations and Candace Sophia suggestion, the request to the council take a moment to reflect on the purpose of the competitive licensing process, which is to find the best applicant for the city of Placerville. Chuck went over the city in a way that cannot be accurately described in an engineering HDL rubric. This is reflected in our interview process and in the city manager's discretion to choose Chucks to receive a license. It would be deeply inequitable to strip the license offered to Chuck Wellness Center in favor of a new undealt process that undermines the council's decision outlined in the ordinance as well as the city manager's decision. In response to the appeals and staff recommendations, we can't hear you at all. Okay. Where are you?
It's actually going through this phone in the center of, was there council, would you be okay for pulling your mask off while you speak?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah,
Sorry.
If you're okay, that's what
In response to Canada and to the staff recommendations, I wanted to.
wait a minute,
for just one more.
we're gonna pull this up a little bit.
I'm gonna take this. Okay, I'm gonna sit. Put it right on the end of the table. There we go. See how that goes.
First, the interim appeals process and not specifically outlined in the ordinance is not prohibited and was authored by the city manager. And second, it would be inequitable and cause significant harm to Chuck to ignore the more accurate scoring recognized in the interim appeals process and to base the new decision entirely on scoring. For these reasons, we ask that City Council reject the staff recommendations and appeals and allow Chuck the opportunity to continue to serve the Placerville community, and or in the alternative, to consider Canatopia's approach and to consider allowing an additional licenses in this process. The staff recommendations 1 and 2 propose an interim appeal that proposed interim appeals process was not specifically authorized in the ordinance. Should be disregarded because they're inequitable and create a wrong rather than a remedy. As identified in Chuck's response to the appeal, the Municipal Code 5/2816 identifies the applicant denied a license may appeal the license denial.
They're still having a hard time. Just put that right up there. We're gonna sit right up next to you. Okay.
All right. The time for the city to address or oppose the right to appeal was when that appeal was raised. That point is moot now. The interim appeals were raised and points were correctly awarded to Chuck's Wellness Center that were earned during the application process. The city manager, with the authority of the city, allowed the interim appeals, and not only that, but provided the process in the August 17th, 2019 letter. Chuck spent significant time and resources on that interim appeal. If that appeal is not considered today, then Chuck should have the right to appeal the denial of their license again, which, since the city already found that points were missing from the HDL process at that time, should be found again, which means that the city goes through that process again, Chuck's Wellness goes through that process again. It costs everybody additional time and expense and creates a circular process, whereas the process was correct to begin with, and so the appeal should be denied or in the alternative provided new licenses. I will try to be brief, I'm sorry. The staff recommendation to ignore the interim appeal score and determine licenses based on the scores alone ignores the process that the city spent months determining and ignores the city manager's discretion. That was the very purpose of the process. That city manager discretion was authorized for a reason. trying to skip over. The purpose of the licensing process is to select the best applicant for the city of Placerville. Chuck's has demonstrated that over and over again by attending city council meetings, by attending for the last several years, and by showing up to every hearing and every meeting and diligently pursuing the process. That license shouldn't now be denied because of a too late appeal on the interim process. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Kimberly Cargile from Chuck's Wellness on Broadway. In regards to the Canatopia and Partners, Inc. Appeal process, first of all, we did receive a letter from the city manager. In essence, a denial from the city manager. According to Ordinance 1964, Section 5.28.10, it states that unless specifically provided elsewhere to the contrary, whenever an appeal is provided for in this chapter or decision of the city manager or his designee, maybe HDL, the appeal shall be conducted as prescribed in this chapter. The letter that we received denying our phase 2 specifically outlined that we could appeal. When we appealed, we did not add any more information to our application. We only proved that things like saying I don't have experience, even though I've been a leader in this industry for almost 20 years now, was overlooking a lot of the information provided in our application. Furthermore, our security plan was written by our security consultant. He wrote another plan. That other plan is the exact same plan from another applicant. They got 6 points higher. Our location is prime compared to many locations. However, we scored less on location for an unknown reason. We submitted a timely and complete application, and the fact that HDL's mistakes were made, we proved through an extensive process that cost us a lot of time and money, as well as the city time and money, to prove that those mistakes were made and to have them fixed. Furthermore, community members have encouraged me to actively work on due diligence of the appellants, in which I found that Christopher Francie and Daniel Freed are listed on the Statement of Information as owners, but they are not locals and do not have any stated plans to come here, move here, and operate this dispensary here. They will be out-of-town operators. Their community benefits plan is only 1.5 pages with no specifics mentioned. Furthermore, they say that they will be donating to charity, but this is not in their budget. They do not have a line item for charity in their budget. Their location, from word on the street, has actually been leased to Children's USA Nursery and is no longer available to them. We purchased our location, we've applied for building permits, we're moving forward with the city to renovate our beautiful historical building on Broadway in order to provide a 1950s style diner experience to seniors. We've had many open houses where seniors have attended and have enjoyed our education and enjoy the atmosphere that we'll provide. Furthermore, very quickly, Daniel Freed was the general manager of 805 Breach Breaks. In his application, he included a newspaper article from the spring of 2018. From an email I received from a concerned citizen, I see that exactly a year later, we have more news articles about 805 Beach Breaks. These articles talk about the fact that they are now under criminal investigation, that they got raided, that they got shut down, that they were bribing local government officials. This should all be included in how you decide who comes into the city. If you were to research us or ask any local government in the cities that we have dispensaries, Sacramento, Dixon, Davis, Modesto, Napa, they will tell you that we have operated in a small city very, very well. We have been providing education and products to Placerville residents for over 10 years. They have been driving to Sacramento to meet with us. So I think that it's very important that you realize that this is your decision. This is not HDL's decision. They're a consultant that the city hired to give them expertise on this issue. You need to choose the applicants that are best for the city of Placerville, best for the people who will be using the dispensary in the city of Placerville, and best for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
move it back for,
We move it back down for,
yeah, so at least move it down when you're on the table now.
Might as well put it back in the middle until we get another one.
Aerobics class upstairs.
That's what I thought was going on.
They used to do.
They
Wish we
did.
could do that again, huh?
Oh, should I just go ahead and move it back? Up there?
oh, I think they leave it close, yeah.
It's close to town.
That's true.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you very much. There you have talked too loud. Okay, are we ready? Okay, we sent in our rebuttal to the city and we feel as though it stands strong. I'd like to also add that Canatopia is claiming that all of this was an unfair process. So what I'd like to say is that if it's an unfair process, if the appellants claim that it should have been given a mid-application appeal, then why did they not do their due diligence and do the same thing we did and pay for a mid-process appeal? They could have to get additional points, but they did not. We properly went through the appeal with the city manager, and it seems as though the appellants dropped the ball and are now deeming it unfair when they could have easily came and did the exact same process that we did in order to get our points. Tell us who you are.
Jeremy from Reserve House. I'm sorry.
I'm looking through here.
Sorry about that, guys. We were the last one, so. Okay, so let's face it. We went through the proper appeal process and were awarded the points that HDL had unfairly missed. So we are here fairly. We did the proper appeal. If the other individuals wanted to go through and do the same appeal after phase 2 for additional points, which is what I'm claiming is unfair, then why did they not do their due diligence? We did, and we are awarded the points. So we do feel as though we belong here. And let's face it, we are local. We've had a business in the city of Placerville for 5 years. No neighborhood complaints. Perfect location. We deserve this license. Thank you.
Very much.
So we're ready for the rebut now? Yeah, Canatopia wants to do the rebuttal, they can.
Yeah, Canatopia, Patrick Goggin. I'd like to give Chris Fancy initially an opportunity to speak to some of the things, the issues that were raised, and then I'll say one more thing.
Good morning, Council. I'm Chris Francie. So I wanted to address a few of the things that arose for the project. When I came to interview that phase of it for the city, myself and my partner Daniel Freed came here. Daniel's our on-site general manager, penciled out for the project. When we interviewed with the city, I never did say that I'm going to move here. We always said that Daniel Freed was going to move here. Now, those were private interviews, only we in the city were part of in HDL, but, you know, as far as accusations or things that we did that were inappropriate, it's not the case. We did not make any misrepresentations to that effect. As far as operating these stores, I've been doing it since 2015. I've never had a license revoked, suspended, denied, any of those things. I've never had issues with the community or any neighboring parcels, commercial neighbors, things like that. Daniel Freed himself, as a general manager for the 805 Beach Break store, my understanding of that entire affair is it relates to some kind of cultivation permits, and that it was in fact a misunderstanding, and that in fact there were no revocations or anything of that sort, and I'm not sure if Daniel Freed was the owner of it, but in any case, Daniel Freed is to be somebody that would come here to run the store. He's Northern California based, and he would be our general manager. And both he and myself have been in the business for many years. That's what the ordinance is speaking about with the cannabis experience. It's operators that know the rules of buying and selling the product and have backgrounds in doing that for some period of time and not having licensing issues or community complaints. So I really stand by our background of experience despite the things that arose here. I think that the elegant solution of allowing a more inclusive process here, because clearly there's some arguments amongst the appellants and the applicants about the scoring and points here and points there. But in the end, I think that many of the operators that apply to the city are good operators. So I don't think that there would be a great detriment in allowing several of us to operate and have a kind of a free market, so to speak, for it. But I appreciate the time to address in rebuttal. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Just initially, Canatopia didn't seek an interim appeal because A, it's not authorized, and because they were one of the top scorers through phase 2 and phase 3. We as we proposed to expand potentially to 7, we don't think that all applicants will get there. It's been tried in other jurisdictions, and I've worked in a number of jurisdictions, and Sacred Roots has to get through a variance. There's a lot that has to go into getting through the process, the building permits, getting approved, capital to build everything out. So we just think that there wouldn't be a great risk of oversaturation because it's fair, and we don't think everybody gets there. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 4, maybe 7 get there, but we think it's unlikely. And finally, I'll just throw out one more alternative. If the council is not so inclined to go to 7, that it consider expanding to 4, and if it's going to stick with the staff's recommendation to go strictly by the points, that would give both Canatopia and the other third place applicant an opportunity to get their permit. Thank you for your consideration.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay.
We need to announce that. Yeah, I'll do that first and see if there's public comment on this.
Oh, yeah. We have, well, first of all, interested parties. Any other applicants? And then we'll do that after. Okay.
So you gonna take a break? Chris?
Yeah, we're going to take a break. Time. Okay, we'll be clear on that, but right.
Well, I'll ask him. That motherly instinct.
Okay, Mayor, we're back to session.
Okay, thank you. A short break. We're going to go ahead and continue with Canatopia appeal, and we're now going to open up for any of the interested parties to make public comments.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, by interested parties, just so everybody understands, it would be parties who were applicants for a permit, but are not one of the appellants nor one of the respondents. So any other applicants.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll. So Regina, we will hand it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public comment is now open for 6.1 in response to the Canatopia appeal. We will hear from Rick S.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's, I'm Richard Sereggi with Tranquil Meadows, one of the interested parties. And I'd just like to say to the Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff, thank you for this opportunity to have a couple of minutes to put our opinion in. So I wrote a letter and sent a couple things that I think staff has. So I just wanted to just go over that real quick. Tranquil Meadows, we were very excited to participate in the application process for a chance to share our combined 15 years of industry experience with the Placerville community. But with that said, we had little appetite for beginning that relationship with a combative possible appeals process. We've been through that before and just decided that's not the way we want to go. Our application pools the experience of 2 independent licensed storefront operators who have successfully worked in the same city for many years. We prefer to cooperate with fellow retailers and local government other than picking apart competing applications and questioning the fairness of the application process. That just does not seem like a promising start. So I feel for you guys and the job that you have to do. When we went into this originally, we realized this is going to be a tough process for Placerville. And thank you very much for all your hard work that you've been, that you're showing and trying to get this done, especially during these trying times in not only California, Placerville, but in America. As pioneers in a city, the city of Vallejo, that began regulating the retail cannabis industry early on in California, our team worked responsibly with local government to help develop a regulatory framework for retail cannabis businesses. That integrity and determination to remain transparent and legally compliant during a difficult political process earned the appreciation of city officials, as reflected in the letter of recommendation from the current mayor of Vallejo, Bob Sampayan. A spirit of cooperation with city government and fellow business owners will be important when integrating this new industry into the Placerville community. And I wanted to say, the gentleman, I believe from Canatopia, their counsel, that when he spoke up about litigation, that's just something that I made it clear from the very beginning, that's not what Tranquil Meadows would be all about. And he mentioned saturation. Vallejo is a prime example. At one point in Vallejo, there were over 40 operators in Little Vallejo. And when they came to a regulatory process like you are now, they gave 10 permits out. 10 people made it through the process of that out of 40. So like the gentleman said, that if you allow 7 or 8 applicants, which you have the authority to do, how many of those 7 are going to make it to the next step of getting through appeals process, changing locations, financial burdens, not having a permit for so long. So I agree with him that I don't think you have to worry about oversaturation in the market. If the retailers are operating responsibly with the city and together, like we do in Vallejo, and we could bring that to Placerville. Our experience of working with 10 operators, making it a destined area, which increases revenues for the city. So we decided against appealing the final decision of the city manager, in part because we recognize the difficulty in scoring this kind of merit process when there are more quality applications than permits to issue. The fairness of the process can always be questioned, and finding the right fit for the community will necessarily involve some level of subjectivity, which we're seeing what's going on right now in your appeals process, unfortunately. While we were disappointed by the decision, the city recognized the quality of our application by bringing us to the final round, and we don't feel there was any intention for the city or the city manager or HDL to treat us unfairly. While we've since moved on to pursue other opportunities, we want to express our continued interest in serving the Placerville community. If the city would decide to permit additional retail cannabis businesses, or we would submit a new application if you went in that way to start over, we'd support whatever the city did. But we want to let you know that we're very interested in continuing. We did at a public meeting, we had a neighboring business owner that was concerned about saying we might be too close to his location, even though we meet all setbacks by the city of Placerville and the state. The owner of Broadway Plaza Center, who owns the center that we're looking at, has made it clear that we could move into a location further down the center, same address, but a different suite that would be a little bit further. And we've shown in our application with our security how we deal with the security with our 15 years experience from our security company. So with that said, we're hoping that you get a chance to revisit our application. And if not, we just want to thank the city staff officials for their consideration and wish you all the best as you continue your efforts to bring these beneficial businesses into your community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're still on any comments from interested parties in response to Canatopia's appeal. I see no further comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. So at this point, we will now open it up to public, to the general public for public comment.
Anyone from the public wishing to comment on item 6.1 in response to the Canatopia appeal, please raise your hand. There's a button at the bottom of your screen if you're joining by computer. If you're joining by phone, press *9, and you will have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. There are no comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. We're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to council.
Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of things I'd like to comment on that were mentioned during the presentations. One is there was a reference to the scoring being tied between 3 and 4. Actually, if you look strictly at the percentages, that is correct. But if you look at the actual scoring, there are no ties. They're all separated by at least a half, if not more than that, in terms of points. And actually, the difference between number 3 in the scoring was 3,449.5. That was 3 Habitat. Canatopia was 4 with 3,444. So there is no ties in the actual class.
Just percentage-wise, but not actual numerical.
Exactly. If you look at the numbers, they're not tied. The other thing I would like to comment on is that I think it should be explained that on these mid-level appeals, the applicants who did not receive the 80% were to move to the next phase were notified by letter by the administrative secretary that they did not reach the necessary requisite score to move to phase 3. They were then notified by letter from the city manager that they could appeal and explain the appealing process. That letter was sent to those who did not reach the 80%, but it was not sent to anybody who achieved the 80%.
I have one other clarifying question, Mr. Driscoll, on the rankings that are on our attachment 1 for applicants and appellants. Mm-hmm. Those rankings reflect the scoring out of phase 2 or out of the final. Does that include the additional points that they were?
That includes the final scoring after they went through phase 3.
Mm-hmm.
And
it includes the scoring of the committee.
Yes, the selection committee. It does include selection committee scoring.
I'm having trouble understanding that because because they're talking about Chuck's is rated number 5.
Yes, and that's if you include the score. If you do not disqualify them as a result of the mid-level appeals, and you give them the adjustments to the score that they got in that mid-level appeal, it's because they then went on and they went through the selection committee and they received additional points. Their total point score would rank them number 5 at 3419.5. That'd be their total number of points. However, it's noted, I believe, in the attachment that they are staff saying they're disqualified because that appeal should not have taken place. They should not have had the opportunity to get those additional points.
Got it.
So, but if you include them all the way through the scoring and allow those appeals, they would be number
But they were rated number 5, but they were given, by the selection committee, they were one of the 3
Correct.
that were issued.
Yes.
So there's a distinct difference between the scoring that went through that, if you allowed it, and what the recommendation was. Correct.
Right. Okay.
If I may, I think to further clarify, in the body of the staff report, there's a section that shows the ranked list by points. That does include Chuck's and Reserve House on that list. That is with the adjustment from the mid-level appeals. Attachment 1 to the staff report shows you what that list, or what the applicants and the appellants look like if they were disqualified without adjustment from the appeals, I believe.
Well, it says number 5, so on the attachment
On the,
1.
yeah.
So that would have been their score with, going through the entire process.
Yes, it's the final score of all applicants, including the mid-level appeals. If you were to disqualify them, it chooses the list.
So I guess I would just highlight for council that even if you allowed the midterm appeal, Chuck's and Reserve House would still have been ranked 5 and 10.
Yes.
I have a question concerning the questioning by Chuck's pertaining to Countertopia about some legal problems that they had, and I didn't quite understand what the fellow saying. I think this is a really big item, and yet I didn't get the rebuttal.
Let me just explain. I don't think that is something that you need to be concerned with today.
Oh, okay.
Not an issue raised in the appeals.
Okay.
Well, let me first say that everybody is vetted. All the applicants are vetted through the police department, through criminal records, when the applications come in. So obviously, they would not have gotten to where they gotten had there been a problem at that point. Also indicate to you that all employees of a cannabis business are also record checked and vetted by the police department. So that if they were gonna hire a manager and he's got some sort of a criminal issue, it's gonna show up, and that person will more than likely not be allowed to be an employee. And before the actual permits are issued, everybody's gonna be checked again because of the amount of time that's transpired, things could happen. So I don't think that's an issue you necessarily have to concern yourself with.
Okay, thank you. Council members, any other questions or comments at this point on the Countertopia appeal? Okay, seeing none, we will move on then to the Element 7 appeal. Should I move this back over to that?
I'll go.
No, it's okay. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good.
Wonderful, Honourable Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Josh Black. I'm Head of Operations at Element 7, based in San Francisco. I've been in the industry for 5 years, prior to which I was Head of Marketing and Sales at PepsiCo and Gatorade, running their business in Asia Pacific across 12 markets. I also sat on the global brand team in Chicago with that company. Thanks for your time.
You may want to speak up a little bit louder.
Sorry, it's a mouthful.
No problem, thank you.
Thanks for your chance to be present today under what is obviously very difficult circumstances, both in the process and obviously in our country right now. You obviously have a lot of tough choices in front of you. but some wonderful applicants. Companies like Sacred Roots do great stuff in the community. Canatopia have some excellent businesses in Southern California, and one plant have a strong merit based on their application. But along with the local and also regional applicants, people like Chuck's and Reserve House and Elemental, Dry Diggings, are all, honestly good people just trying to build their business, which we obviously absolutely respect. I want to talk to you today about 3 key points. Number 1 is our experience. Number 2, the appeals process. And number 3 is our commitment to the Placerville community. Focusing on experience, Element 7 is a California-based retail cannabis company, privately owned. We have 1 dispensary operational in Southern California, a second opening in Fort Bragg in about 6 weeks from now, followed by Rio Dell and Dunsmuir. All of those works are on track. We have in-house general contractors, architects, civil engineers, and interior designers, which obviously helps us scale operations quickly. Head of retail, previously worked for Walmart and Macy's, and has a lot of experience both in traditional big box retail and the cannabis industry. The appeals process, fairly straightforward. I would just encourage the council to focus on the process and the scoring of HDL. HDL are a very well respected and recognized group within the industry. They have a lot of experience working across dozens upon dozens of cities, and we would obviously focus on the staff report. Our appeal was not based on the people involved, it was based on the process. We're awarded the 2nd highest score in the city, scoring 89% for our written application and 93.5% for the interview, giving us a combined score of 92%. That placed us 2nd behind Sacred Roots, and obviously with the city manager having his input, we moved from 2nd to 7th, which obviously was a big anomaly for us, given that we have good experience, consistency in our scoring, and a plan, frankly, to be successful and sustainable in this community. While we challenged Chuck's Cannabis and Reserve House specifically, it's, as I said, it's not about the people or the business or their good intentions. It's about the process, and we wish them all the best today. We've obviously read the staff report in full and would plead the council to follow that, accept it, and award Element 7 a permit within the city. On my 3rd point, community involvement, I'll make this brief. And I speak, to everyone listening as much as the people in this room. We're a business focused on California, built on education, local community support, and social justice. We really, when it comes to education, focus on educating consumers as they walk in our store before they get to the cash register. We want to make sure that they're well informed, they're educated, and they're buying products that frankly are going to work for them. Because in today's society, $60, $70 in your pocket, which is the average spend at a dispensary, is a lot of money, and people work hard for that. So we want to make sure they're buying products they can trust and that functionally perform for them. We're committed to local communities. So the next 3 dispensaries we're going to open up are in Fort Bragg, Rio Dell, and Dunsmuir. All, great little beautiful small towns and cities across California. And we love working in those sort of communities because you can really make an effort to create change. We'll hire locally. We'll build community advisory boards with interested parties that want to have a say in how we run our business and collaborate with the community. We want to work with the police to educate youth. And we identified a range of local nonprofits to make the community a better place and safer. We're also committed to social justice and change. In 2019, we worked with public defenders in Los Angeles, Fresno, and Long Beach to expunge the records of over 250 criminals or individuals who can now vote and get food stamps and get jobs, which is great. We have a labor peace agreement in place with the UFCW as well, which we think is really important to protecting the rights of local workers. So in closing, the City of Placerville has our full commitment that if we're awarded a permit, we will actively and purposefully focus on getting that business built and operational as quickly as possible, hiring local talent, collaborating with the industry. The last speaker talked about collaboration, and we want to collaborate with local businesses and other operators. And then frankly, leveraging our best practices from our retail stores in SoCal and Fort Bragg and Rio Dell, which will all be operational as we come into Placerville. So, you know, I would just encourage the council to focus on the staff report, and that consistently scored us in the top 2 places along with Sacred Roots. Thank you for your time today, and please stay healthy.
Thank you.
What social justice issues do you think we have here in Placerville? I mean, you're talking about that. Is that an issue you see here in our community that you want to address at all?
I think it's less of a concern here as opposed to, you know, communities like Oakland and some of the Southern California communities that we've worked with. You know, social justice doesn't just focus on people, it focuses on biases and attitudes and everything from diversity and inclusion and making sure that, you know, that people are paid fairly and on the same rate as what they should be earning, regardless of their gender, their ethnicity, their background, where they come from, or anything like that. So, you know, social justice, yes, it's very pronounced in places like Oakland, frankly, but bias and prejudice exists everywhere, I believe. So whatever those biases and prejudices are, we want to be actively influencing those.
Thank you for that answer. And the second question is, you talked about opening locations during this, at the beginning of this process. Did you have businesses open, or since your interviews and your process, you have them?
Yeah, so when we applied in April 2019, we did not have either of those locations open. We've been in the industry as Element 7 for about 2 years, opening the business in August 2018, just after adult use legalization. And as you can see from this process, this one's actually reflective of a lot of cities we're working in. You know, it's taken us 15 months of the effectively 22, 23 months that we've been open as Element 7 to get to where we are today. We don't buy licenses, we don't flip licenses, we develop them from the ground up, and it takes time. I think even if we're awarded a permit today, by the time we submit building plans, signage permits, whatever else is required at a local level, those would obviously, you know, take time to get approved, take time to get our state license, about 6 weeks, and then, you know, we got to build it out and operate it. So it's generally about a 2-year process if you take our business model approach, which is finding cities, working in those communities, and trying to build the business from the ground up. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best.
Just to clarify for the council, Element 7 did not specifically raise any challenges to Sacred Roots. All of the other claims in their appeal is largely focused on process, as you just heard from the appellant, but that is related to both Chubb's and Reserve Health.
And can have the respondents' remarks of the previous hearing, hearing, incorporated into their.
Will likely follow from the same argument.
If they have something new.
Okay.
Hello again. Kelly Chisano, representing Sacred Roots. I don't feel like I have much to say on this. We're not named in this appeal. But again, I didn't say it before, and I do want to take the time to thank the staff and everybody for being here today, taking time out of everything to make this all happen. I know you guys got a challenge in front of you, and hopefully we can just move through it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we're talking in between, we can't catch the loop. If we're gonna have conversation, we have to move back.
Welcome back. Just to clarify, you don't have to necessarily go over all the same points.
Yes, I'll be brief. So good morning again, Ariana Van Alstyne on behalf of Chuck's Wellness Center. I wanted to briefly address some of the points by element 7. The first is that the element 7 touted the experience of HDL, and HDL is experienced. They've evaluated applications in cities all over California. However, that experience does not equate to success in the application process or to objectivity in that process. There are numerous appeals and lawsuits against HDL for their processes. Second, the time to address the inadequacy of the appeals process, as I mentioned earlier, was when the appeals were when the interim appeals were granted. To now relitigate these issues is unfair and inequitable to Chuck. Also, not everybody who appealed in that process were return points, giving effect to that it wasn't merely because the applicants appealed that they were returned points. It was because they were unfairly issued lower points than they earned to begin with. An example of this, and I know in the staff recommendations, the staff indicated that some of the points were subjective. However, for Chuck specifically, there were elements that were not considered at all that indicated that the application wasn't even read. For example, HDL scored a 0 for the years of experience for Chuck's Wellness Center leadership, where there's over 20 years of experience between the leadership at Chuck's Wellness Center. That's not a subjective, this community relations plan is better than another. That is, someone didn't review that application. And that's the unfairness that Chuck's experienced, and the unfairness that is being put back upon Chuck's in this potential to not consider the appealed scoring. The staff recommendations were exclusively focused on the unfairness to the appellants without focusing on the unfairness to Chuck's that fairly went out the application because they're a local applicant, because they participated, because it wasn't just the scoring that was considered, it was the interview process and the impact on the city manager. And that was shown here because that was shown today, and while Element 7 did a beautiful job of sharing the things they're doing generally for social justice, etc., their CEO, the leader of their company, wasn't here today. The CEO of Chuck's Wellness Center is here today. The leadership of Chuck's Wellness Center is here. They are participating in the community, and they're demonstrating that even today.
Good day once again. I want to start off by raising your attention to our HDL report, and next to it we have starred all of the mistakes that they have made. We did email this in yesterday, so it should be in your packet. Secondly, I do want to reiterate that even though HDL has been used throughout California, there are many appeals and many lawsuits regarding their scoring process. Next, I want to look at the fairness of the process and show you that Phase 3, according to the application procedures and guidelines, shows that qualifications of owners, environmental impact mitigation, local enterprise safety plan, security plan, community benefits, and air quality were only judged in Phase 3. This is where we did very well. We actually got second place in Phase 3. The final phase, Phase 4, took into account also the selection committee's interview, which hasn't been talked about today and was not a pointed system. But what the police thought about us, what even HDL's consultant and one of the city council members on your council, they recommended us to the city manager because when we went into our interview, we knew the answers to our questions. We wrote our application ourselves based on our experience. So when they asked us about our applications, we knew the answers. Many other applicants have hired consultants, attorneys, or lobbyists to write their applications, and they don't even show up today. They will not be living in town operating a dispensary. I feel like this is a test where there was cheating going on. Like if we were in school, I would have to perform my own test. They were not even performing their own applications or writing their own applications. They got really good on their business plan in Phase 1 because they paid someone high dollars. I mean, $50,000 to $100,000 is what I've heard going around for these applications. So I really want to just shed light on everything here, and so you can make an informed decision. And just to clarify a few other things that I have found is that, that Element 7's location is only 900 square feet. From my experience and actually helping write the regulations on the state level, more space is needed than that. They scored 176 points on their location. We scored 170. We have a large location we've bought ourselves, a huge parking lot, and our floor plan incorporates all of the regulations that need specific secure lobbies, secure retail spaces, secure product receiving rooms, secure areas to count money, secure employee personal areas. All of this is needed to run a dispensary. 900 square feet can't do it. In their local enterprise plan, they say that they will use local businesses. However, their first action to do that in their insurance broker, they did not. They used an LA insurance broker. Their community benefits plan says that they pledged $30,000 in charity donations. However, this is not listed in their pro forma. In closing, I am left with a few questions. You know, why didn't they show up today? Did they write their application? And why did they receive more points than us for location? Thank you.
Good morning, council. Thank you all for your service. My name is Scott Martin with Reserve House. In rebuttal, we had already submitted a rebuttal that I included most of those points, so I won't be redundant. Something else I just wanted to add to the conversation. The points for the system, though important, were not what the city intended to be the main factor in their decision as to who to choose to best represent Placerville, in my opinion, in the cannabis industry. I believe the city intended to choose the candidates who would be the best for the city of Placerville. if the city chose solely on points, they could have ended up with 3 applicants that put profits over Placerville. I'm a philanthropist by choice, and with the interview process, I made that clear to the city manager that we at Reserve House will do the best job for the city of Placerville. As a business owner in the city of Placerville, I've been doing an average of 1.5 million in sales, and all of that tax money has been going to the city of Placerville for the last 5 years, on average every year. I love the cannabis industry, but my love for the city of Placerville is what guides me daily as I do, and as I and my team work tirelessly to be a contribution to my community in Placerville. My influence of good deeds done daily will only grow in size and impact as we begin to utilize the license we have been awarded by the city of Placerville. And that's just basically something I wanted to add to the conversation. I thank you for your time.
Heard the rebuttal. Is there any comments?
Hang on a second. Only 7 May.
No rebuttal, so I forgot.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly address some of the points just raised. And there's really 3 key ones that I'll focus on. The first of all is size and location. One of the most successful dispensaries in the whole industry operates out of San Diego, out of a space that's 700 square feet, 200 less than us. And that dispensary does $24 million annually in revenue. So size isn't about size and footprint, it's about managing that space diligently. We focus on revenue per square foot, which is a traditional metric used in big box retail. Yeah, you might need 3,000 square feet in Chula Vista or Sacramento, but in Placerville, we believe 900 square feet is more than sufficient, both for a operational, successful, sustainable dispensary, as well as for all the security measures in place. Robert DeVito, who's our founder and CEO, lives in Livermore. He has a 5-month-old young baby in his house and some at-risk individuals, so he chose not to be here today for health reasons. But, you know, he honestly is one of the hardest working people in the cannabis industry that I've ever met and known, and he would have loved to have been here, but circumstances prevented that. There was some sort of inference or allegation that we used a consultant to write the application. That has never been the case. We've never used a consultant. You know, I ran Pepsi for a decade, and worked on brands like Nike and Unilever. That's why our applications, you know, look great and read well, because we treat them as a, you know, a very serious document. We put a lot of time and effort into those. So I'm not going to apologize for the quality of our application, but there's, you know, we've never used a consultant. Everyone that wrote that application sits in-house in our team. Our Chief Compliance Officer formerly worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office, so we have very good quality materials. Leave it at that. If there's any questions, happy to answer. All the best. Thank you.
Give me a chance to stretch. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the, public comment portion, for the Element 7 appeal, and so we will open up the, public comment for interested parties.
Any interested parties interested in speaking in response to Element 7 appeal? And now is the time. You have 5 minutes, and I will remind you when you have 1 minute remaining. I see no comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Connell. We'll then move on to, public comments from the general public.
Now taking public comment from JC.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. These are the days when I'm glad I'm here and not there. This is John Clarici. I was on your committee. I promised John Driscoll that I would not say anything in politics so his head doesn't explode. But I do want to add a couple of comments that I think are relevant because I've heard a couple of themes coming up. I'm not going to talk about any individual company or their appeal or what happened during the committee sessions. I do want you to know one thing though. Both HDL's evaluations and our interviews happened over a number of days. In fact, and I think there may have even been, Regina was making, or Aaron was making the schedule, so I don't know exactly, but there may have even been months separating for the committee, our deliberations, our interviews. So I would just suggest, not points are points, they're very important, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about the scores, but you may want to understand that those scores were not all done at the same time. So, and human beings, what they are, there may have been some variability in it. So that's just one thing I would like to offer you. And my understanding is though HDL did have sort of a come to Jesus meeting on their scoring process, their scores were done by multiple people over multiple days. And so, although I think they are mostly accurate, there is some variability there. So it's real easy when you have a bunch of numbers sitting in front of you to kind of like go glom onto the numbers and think that there's some sort of certainty to it. And so I just wanted to share that insight with you. Is that okay, John?
That's fine.
Okay. And those are all the insights I'm going to share right now. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Last call for any responses to Element 7. I think we're good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back for deliberation or any comments from council members. Okay.
I can just add something. I can't tell you that HDL's evaluations were done over a number of days. I know they were done by a number of people, and they were done looking at the applications. So I don't think that was an interview process, but I'm not positive. I'm looking at Cleve to see if he knows more than I do about that.
The initial applications were all sent to them at the same time, so I'm assuming we're done over a reasonable period of proximity of time.
But they weren't an in-person interview, is my understanding. The selection committee were in-person interviews, and they were done over a long period of time. There was, as I understand it, a fair amount of separation between some of the interviews because of the logistics and getting people there and that sort of thing.
Right. Okay.
Mayor, if I may, just for the benefit of anyone who may be watching online, Councilmember Borelli and yourself, you might have seen that they briefly stepped away. We're all still in the same room. I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, then, let's take a 5-minute break before we go into, the next appeal. Thank you.
Are we off?
Okay, thank you, everybody. We will go ahead and move on to the, which is attachment 4, and the 3 habitat appeals.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that 3 Habitat was not going to be at the hearing today, and I believe Mr. Warren has confirmed that they are not present in the waiting room. I would ask that the city clerk ask if 3 Habitat may be online to provide comments telephonically or otherwise.
Okay. Ms. O'Connell, if we have 3 Habitat appeal, well, we should ask if they're on the line, and they could do a telephonic presentation.
Sorry about that. My mute button wasn't quite clicking. Yes, I would just like to request if anybody is here for 3 Habitat appeal that they would raise their hand. I do not see any attendees, Mr. Mayor, from 3 Habitat.
Okay, so council, you have their written communication, and that is what we will serve as our basis today for making our deliberations.
Ashley, you want?
Sure.
Okay.
We thought it might be helpful just for everyone that's listening as well as the council to just, since no one is here in person, but they did clarify that their appeal still stands, to just briefly summarize the claims that were on their appeal as well.
Okay.
Their first main claim was, again, that the selection process was unfair, which we've discussed at length. And so that's a common theme that's already been discussed. They also alleged that Reserve House specifically had a non-responsive application, but again, it was tied to the issue of the mid-procedure appeals and the fact that Reserve House was able to move on despite a lower score. So we feel that that's similar to the procedural issues we've already discussed. The main substantive claim that differs in 3 Habitat's appeal is last claim that there was ineffective city assistance and a conflict of interest on the city. Specifically, they have alleged that the current appeal process violated their due process by not providing enough time to submit an appeal, and that due to charging for copies under the Public Records Act, that put the city in a financial conflict of interest in forming their appeals. Staff recommendation is to reject these claims. We do find that the charging for copies was authorized under the Public Records Act. It's also a standard procedure that the city follows. And as to due process, the city has complied with all of the procedures, both for common law conflict of interest, but also all of the cannabis ordinance procedures regarding governing these appeals. We've also provided all of the, as I'm sure you are aware, all of the appellants and applicants to provide additional supplemental briefing throughout this process to supplement that original appeal. That's the only main difference on 3 Habitat's appeal.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, council members? Seeing none, I think we can go ahead and move on to.
So now we would ask the
rebuttal.
Yeah, respondents to rebut 3 Habitat's contentions if they have anything new and different to say.
Okay.
And sorry, I should just further clarify, Sacred Roots was again not directly challenged in 3 Habitat's appeal.
Thank you.
again, Kelly Chisano representing Sacred Roots. Again, I thank you all. I don't have much to say as we were not challenged in this appeal. But one thing I do want to say is that I do hold a high respect for both of those applicants who recognize that we scored highest without an interim interview or any changing in our scores on all three phases, and that they're not grasping at straws by naming us for things that are what we consider futile and minute issues. And, you know, I really do appreciate those two applicants and kind of being the bigger business person and, you know, recognizing we scored fairly at the top, and that's where we are. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Good morning again. Ariana Van Alstyne on behalf of Chuck's Wellness Center. Just one brief comment here, which is that 3 Habitat may not have shown up to the appeal hearing because they are not eligible for a license. 3 Habitat, as of February 4th, has a suspended license with the BCC under the Placerville Ordinance 528-100A1. That is grounds for denial of a license. So I ask that the council consider that when considering their appeal. Thank you.
Good day once again. I just wanted to start out by saying that I understand this entire process is to choose the best applicant, including points, including plans, including interview, including what the community says, including very many things. I feel that today the city attorney has only focused on the points, and there's much more that needs to be included in order to make an educated decision. The best applicants are those that have a proven track record of operating successful dispensaries, as we do. They have made a positive impact on their surrounding community, as we have, and will provide local jobs and consumer education, which we are doing. We have a history of advocacy for regulations and patients' rights with many local governments, including here. I've been coming to city council meetings on this issue for almost 10 years now, I think. But I've kind of grown up, and I probably look a lot different than I did 10 years ago when this ordinance first came on, when you guys first talked about opening the dispensary, I think 2010. But we have been working for over a decade with local governments and state governments. In my due diligence process, I found that 3 Habitat Consulting Placerville LLC does not have any owners listed on their statement of information with the Secretary of State as individuals. There's no individuals. It is only the 3 Habitat Consulting Holdco Incorporated, which is a Delaware corporation. This corporation owns the LLC as well as the LLC that had a license suspended. And Aaron, I can't pronounce his name, Soroa, is listed as all the officers of that corporation. From doing research, it seems that Aaron is a multimillionaire holding a suspended license for another business, as well as someone who comes from money and has plenty of money to spend on this process. I'm not sure why he couldn't be here today. I haven't had a lot of time to read over that email from the concerned citizen, but I briefly read over those links and I see that in his past, he does have some problems with Canadian regulators and has had some investigations into his past business dealings. Furthermore, Three Habitat's pro forma budgets are inflated with revenues of $10 million in the first year, $12 million in the year 2, $14 million in year 3, $16 million in year 4, and $18 million in year 5. $18 million per year they think they will make at their dispensary. Surprising as it might be, these numbers might be accurate for LA or Canada, but they are not for Sacramento and surrounding areas, especially the small city of Placerville. We assumed that they needed possibly to inflate their numbers in order to satisfy their Canadian investors, or they are just out of touch with what a small town can provide as far as sales go. As you can see, the other applications, including ours, all have a ballpark of annual revenues between 4 and 8 million, which is accurate. That amount is half of what Habitat's pro forma is proposed. Three Habitat's local enterprise plan, worth 200 points, is only 1 paragraph long. Only one owner with 20% interest is listed as a local resident, and he is an electrician. He has no cannabis industry experience. So even in the application, it doesn't say he'll be running the dispensary. We don't know who will be running this dispensary, as the millionaire Aaron, who is the only one listed as an owner legally with the Secretary of State, is not here and most likely will not be here. Thank you.
Hello again, Jeremy DeLavi, Reserve House. Free Habitat claims that we have no retail experience. Inside of a dispensary, you can have maybe 100 items, 200 different items to keep track and trace on. In our store at Appleseed Horticulture, it could be 1,000. I mean, we keep up with way more inventory and have way more inventory than a typical retail dispensary on the shelves. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Numerous years of experience working for Horizon Collective as a cannabis, licensed cannabis facility, handling their current, and then the Prop 215 model. Yeah, we have a ton of experience in retail and in the cannabis industry.
Also, as of right now, I'm working a distribution license as well as a retail delivery in the city of Sacramento that is doing very well and thriving. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to the public comments portion for this appeal. So, Ms. O'Connell, we can go ahead and start the interested party general, or interested party public comments. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone present who would like, as an interested party, who would like to speak to in response to Three Habitat's appeal, now is the time to speak. You will have 5 minutes, and I will remind you when you are down to 1 minute. Please raise your hand and I will call on you. All right, we have Laurel Brentbum.
Hello, City Council members. I guess I first would like to qualify, what does interested party mean? Is this just general public comment?
Laurel, could you speak up a little bit more? We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
I need a definition of interested party. Is this just general public comment, or is there a specific definition of interested? Pardon me?
This is an interested party, so your comments would go under the next item, which would be general public comment.
I'll come back.
No problem. Thank you, Laurel.
Thank you.
Last call for any interested parties. Please raise your hand. I see no comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and open up general public comments.
Okay.
Well, welcome back, Laurel.
Yeah, welcome back, Laurel.
Okay. Laurel Brempa, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. I'd just like to say that the Chuck's Wellness Center is a chamber member, so full transparency. But we have experienced their community support, their community participation, and their efforts to run what we believe is going to be a reputable and respectable business in Placerville. We've seen these folks make financial commitments and physical and emotional commitments to the community and to their business. So I'm here today just kind of to put our support behind Chuck's Wellness Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Are there any more public comments regarding 3 Habitats appeal? Please raise your hand. This is the last. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Connell. So we'll go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the council for further deliberation. Any comments from council?
I have a question, procedural wise. So we're not, this is an opportunity to discuss this particular one. Will we have that same opportunity when it's all over to discuss these various issues?
Yes,
correct.
So I may have some questions, but I'm still waiting to put it all together. Would that be appropriate then?
That's appropriate time to do that.
Okay, thank you.
And while it's still fresh, I'm not sure, it was difficult to hear Laurel. Did she say that they are a member of the chamber? What?
Yes, but they're.
She did.
So,
That's what I heard.
okay.
Yeah. Okay, the next appeal is trees.
Yeah, so, Chatsman 5 for everybody, and that's TMG trees, or trade.
Yeah, how do you pronounce it?
We'll find out here in a second the exact
I've been saying
pronunciation.
Not sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, before I,
Just a moment, please.
before you start, I want to explain something to you, that happened yesterday. We received a written communication from Trees, that was an addendum to their application. We distributed it to the council, but I told the council that I didn't think they should consider it because it's not relevant to the appeal. It's a new and different application. It's information that is not included in the packet, so to speak, that we're here on the appeal on. The appeal, in my mind, is based simply on the information that was provided through the selection process, and then to bring in an amendment to your application, I don't think was proper. So the council, I don't believe, has considered that.
Okay, I acknowledge. One moment, please.
I'm sorry. And to follow up on that point, sir, I acknowledge that position is taken by the council, and we accept that. We think that's appropriate. My name is Blair Will. I am a attorney for TMG Placerville, otherwise known as Trees. I also live in the community. I'm a local here in Placerville. We're going to put up 3 people talking. We're going to stay within our allotted time frame, but myself and 2 representatives for the applicant, Edio Delfino and Max Del Real. We filed our appeal based upon, well, you have the paper, so I won't belabor that, but this issue relating to the procedural problems in the process, I think you've heard a lot about that today, so I won't belabor that either. The staff report acknowledges that. I would just point out sort of one final point on that issue, which is that not only were the appeals not really provided for in the statute, but they were also not open to the public, and other applicants did not receive notice that those were taking place. The consequence of that is that we have 3 selected applicants, Chuck's, Reserve House, and Sacred Roots, none of which in our view should be selected applicants. And the staff report relates to Chuck's and Reserve House. Their applications were untimely and incomplete. They did not get the 80 points necessary to transfer from phase 2 to phase 3. So they should have been disqualified after phase 2 on that basis. Sacred Roots, we looked at the staff report interpretation of our allegation that the location which is proposed is within 600 feet of a school. It's actually within 600 feet of 3 schools, one of which my son attended. And the answer in the staff report was, well, a local jurisdiction is allowed to make a shorter distance down to 350 feet under the Placerville statute. That's true, but if you look and you read the state law carefully, it says that's true in the circumstances where the proposed location has a local permit and is in compliance with the zoning code. And as we all know here this morning, that's not true with regard to Sacred Roots' application or location until they get a variance, which they might or might not get. So our view is that's still a violation of state law to allow Sacred Roots to locate in that location until they have final approval and authority from the city to do so. One last point on that, Reserve House, I'm not sure, I know you guys have a copy of all of the scores. There's a final score that was on the city's website. Reserve House is one of the selected applicants, but on the scoring, it shows that they only got 3,350 points. And that's below quite a number of other applicants, including TMG. So we're not sure how that worked out. We think that also goes to another point which we raised, which is the review process being kind of ambiguous and arbitrary. And so early on, it was stated that the appeals didn't raise a challenge with regard to HDL's methodology. We disagree with that. We think that our appeal did raise that point, point number 5 of our file papers. And the errors were made in the tabulation. Maybe an error in tabulation is what accounts for this 3350 versus 3354 for our application. But the general process seemed kind of subjective. Earlier, we heard from Mr. Clarici that there were different people who did things at different days, adding more subjectivity to the process. The points tabulation, in our view, creates kind of an illusion of objectivity, but the process was subjective. It's very hard for the applicants to understand what was happening and how the scoring was being calculated from phase to phase. So we would state that we feel the review process was somewhat ambiguous and arbitrary. So as you know, we're now left therefore facing a problem. Like, how do we solve this problem? The staff report correctly identifies that the process was, unfair and had some flaws. And we know you guys are wrestling with a difficult problem here today, and we appreciate your efforts to do that, and we thank you for the opportunity to bring this appeal and discuss this with the council. However, in our view, staff's proposed solution is not workable. It does not really resolve the unfairness and the arbitrariness in the process, because dialing it back to that phase 2, phase 3 transition, each one of those subsequent phases was informed by the one that came before it, and it makes it difficult for the process to unfold in a normal way, even if we do go back and restart a phase 2, phase 2, phase 3 transition. The other issue is, and I think some other testimony earlier today was, this solution invites litigation, because the people who end up without having a permit who have already been selected are somewhat likely to initiate litigation. Another option is to start over again. Here, we agree with the staff report. This is also potentially unfair because it doesn't account for the prior process. It also invites litigation, potentially, and it's also lengthy and costly for the applicants. This leaves us with, in our view, two other possible solutions for this. One is the grant a permit to all of the applicants who completed the process and appealed the determination made by the council. And in our view, that's 7 permits, because certain of the applicants did not complete the process. Certain of the applicants have evidently accepted the prior determination of the council by not bringing an appeal today. And so we think that leaves 7 permits. And if you issue 7 permits and a certain amount of time for those permitted operations to become open and running, we don't think you're going to have saturation in the marketplace in Placerville. And then finally, a fourth possible solution. Well, backing up, with regard to issuing the 7 permits, I think that your statute is very clear that you have the discretion to do this. Section 528.080B says, at any time in the City Council's discretion, the City Council may reassess the number of commercial cannabis business permits which are authorized for issuance. City Council, in their discretion, may determine that the number of commercial cannabis permits should stay the same, decrease, or be expanded. So, in our view, you have absolute discretion to do it. Also, obviously, this process here is de novo, so you're starting from no preconceived positions on this and reviewing all the evidence, the arguments de novo. In light of that, we offer a fourth possible solution. As of today, there are 7 applicants in the queue. Those are 3 selected applicants and 4 appellants. 3 Habitat, as we know, didn't show up today. They did not come here to present their appeal. So in our view, they are then removed from consideration. 2 of the existing selected applicants are proposed to be removed under the staff's concept of going back to the phase 2, phase 3 transition, and that is Chuck's and Reserve House. In our view, again, Sacred Roots, too close to schools, violates state law. They do not have an existing local permit, and they haven't proven that they're in compliance with the zoning code. So Sacred Roots would be inappropriate to reward them with a permit. So if we take out 3 Habitat, Chuck's, Reserve House, and Sacred Roots, you have 3 remaining appellants, Element 7, Canatopia, and TMG. We suggest that you consider issuing permits to those 3 applicants. And with that, I'll close. I'm going to turn it over to the first of our representatives. Thanks, Sylvia.
Thank you, Blair. Good morning. I will be brief. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, first and foremost, for the past 12 years, I've traveled the state of California working specifically on cannabis regulations. You have an important task for you today, and you have heard from a lot of folks, out-of-towners, trying to tell you what to do with your community. I'm going to encourage you to do the opposite. I'm going to encourage you to do what's best for Placerville, what is best for your community, and what is best for the future of Placerville. My team, which includes Eddie Delfino, and I hope he has time to address you, if not on this minute, then in the rebuttal, is a lifelong proud resident of Placerville. The Delfino name is celebrated in Placerville. Mr. Delfino, in his leadership, reached out during phase 2 and phase 3 and brought in NUG Incorporated, one of the most successful dispensary operators in Northern California. What we did submit and what I wanted you to see was 10 different permits, real permits owned by NUG operators, and pictures of their dispensary at 1918 16th Street. I believe the numbers you have in front of you is fuzzy math. I don't think it adds up. I don't want to tell you that there are lies in other applicants' applications, but that is true. And I appreciate staff coming out and saying that it doesn't work, it's not fair. So forget the numbers and focus on the facts. You have a gentleman.
All right, that's time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that nobody did before they.
They left, I know.
Am I in the right place, right time? Yeah, okay. Hello, Kelly Cusano, representing Sacred Roots. In reply to Trees, Trez, whoever, and their lawyer. We do understand that we need a variance. This was known to us from the very beginning before the application process even started, because we would not have applied with that location if we thought that that would disqualify us. Nowhere in the ordinance does the variance being needed make us ineligible. We are qualified just the same as everyone else. With our permit, I'm very confident we will acquire the needed variance and be able to uphold our business. Another misnomer that was stated there, they stated 3 schools were in subject of the 600 feet. The First Friend Montessori is one of the schools they're referencing. It is over 1,000 feet away from our location as the measuring that the state is using. The other school is Sierra School, which we recognize in our application, and staff was aware of, and as was HDL was aware of. This was not a secret. So had that being said, we potentially would have scored higher had those sensitive use areas not been in our part of our application, thus putting us at a higher score above everyone still, not changing our position in ranking via that. And it was noted in the staff findings that staff took into account the location when scoring us in reference to our rebuttal on the distance, I said that. I'm realizing the appellants who have named us, they need all 3, as they stated, applicants that were selected to fail for them to be considered. That is why I feel that we were being named in these two appellants. The 2 that do not need us to fail did not name us. You're educated people, you can do with what you will with that. That I feel like we were kind of thrown under there and being checked for minute imperfections because they absolutely need all 3 of us to be disqualified for them to even be qualified. And just touching on another note, doesn't really matter, but we prepared our whole application 100% by ourselves, me and my wife, the only 2 owners. We are I think, one of the smallest of the 3 selected applicants, we have the smallest owner staff. It is me, 50%, my wife, both residents of Placerville, 50%.
Thank you for your time and consideration, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Where's the phone? We should have it. Oh, you're right. Steve, I think we need to add some more phones in this building. Along with a few other things.
Hello again. Ariana Van Alstyne on behalf of Chuck's Wellness Center. A brief point. Chuck's is not ineligible to receive a license. The city made the determination, the city manager made the determination that not only is Chuck's eligible to receive a license, but is the most qualified candidate. It is entirely inequitable and capricious to punish Chuck's because of the mistakes of HDL. The city knows about these mistakes and is on notice of those mistakes. The staff recommendations that Trez agreed with is riddled with feelings of staff. See page 6, where the proposed process, that staff says staff feels that the proposed process is the fairest way to remedy the procedural errors in the selection process. The way that staff feels should have no bearing on this process and no bearing on the decisions of council, and is in and of itself grounds for appeal because it is biased. So, Chuck's is not only eligible, but has fairly won the license, and council should not be considering the staff's recommendations, which are biased and based on feelings.
Good day. We ask today that you remember that the Phase 4 final phase consisted of a review of all information received during the previous 3 phases. According to the city manager's statement in his final letter, he says he met with the Cannabis Business Selection Committee to review their comments and recommendations. In addition, location, experience, and financial resources, as well as local ownership, were reviewed regarding each applicant. The final decision was based on all of this information, not solely on HCL's points. From my research, I found that none of the owners listed on the statement of information have cannabis experience. Experience is necessary in the ever-changing and fast-paced environment of this industry. This is one of the highest regulated markets you can get into, and we need to set up the city for success by having qualified and experienced candidates uphold the laws and administer cannabis in the city. Yes, Mr. Delfino is a wonderful man. However, he does not have the experience necessary to operate successfully, to operate a dispensary successfully. Trez's local enterprise plan is 1 paragraph. This plan is worth 200 points. We're interested to see how many points they got, because since it is only 1 paragraph for the entire plan, we can see that local enterprise may not be as important to them as we think it should be. Word on the street is Trez's location has been leased by Pro Builders and is no longer theirs. Trez's pro forma budgets do not accurately portray the expenses that will be required to run the dispensary. This mistake leaves over $1 million in gross annual profit, but it doesn't account for all of the expenses it takes to run a dispensary. So yes, the investors will get $1 million a year back, according to the pro forma, but the pro formas aren't accurate. So I'm not sure why those were given out or didn't have comments on them. Trez's security plan was written by the same consultant as our security plan. They're almost identical if you compare them. Trez received 7.5 points more than we did for our same security plan. We have a letter from Matt Carroll, our security consultant, that was written to, that should be in your packet somewhere, and I have it if you need it, to explain why this is inequitable. Trez's community benefits plan was one page. It lacked detail as to what benefits Trez will provide to the community. It did promise donations, 3 specific donations. However, those donations are not included in their pro formas, so don't understand where that money would be coming from. In conclusion, I'm left with a question. NUG has recently been in the news regarding their financial struggles. Trez has claimed a new partnership with them that was not listed in their application, but was listed in their appeal. We just want the city to do their due diligence to make sure that they are able to move forward, even though NUG is experiencing difficulties at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fair. Let's put this on here.
Let's see, the last rebuttal stated that the business site that was in the application is no longer.
Just a moment.
Thank you again.
Just one moment.
Does that affect their eligibility, their ability to continue It since they could. don't have a site? Because we all know that it's Yeah, occupied.
It certainly could. It depends on what they have in terms of a substitute location, where that is in the sensitive area, all those kinds of things. So it could, it's not clean, let's put it that way. It's gonna,
It seems as though there's been such importance in making sure that all this information, even though all this time later, is still accurate and timely, and that's a huge one. They really don't have a site.
Right, exactly.
So is that like an automatic rejection?
it very well, I mean, it
Very
may not have the same site, but let's say they have the suite next door, not necessarily, you know.
Or across the
Well, in
street.
this instance,
Yeah.
no, it wasn't.
So it's something that would have to be ferreted out and looked at, if they were to somehow be awarded a.
And the changes in corporate officers not being the same on the application.
Again, it's the same issues.
So the cannabis ordinance allows certain changes both in ownership and location once a permit has been issued. So part of the gray area here is that permits haven't been issued yet, but there's necessarily changed circumstances. So we would have to just, I think, take a close look at what the changes were and.
Okay, thank you.
And if it, I'm sorry.
Good, good.
Again, Jeremy Labai from Reserve House. I would just like to add what you guys were talking to just now as far as, Richard from Pro Builder Supply has been around for a really long time in the city. I mean, are we gonna kick him out of that location so trees can obtain it again? I don't think so. I don't think that would be fair to Richard whatsoever. He's a good man. The other thing I would like to add, just one last note, is everybody keeps saying that we were adding new information at our appeals, and this is not true. We were basically defending the information that we had already provided because we felt as though there were errors. And that's all I can really add. I mean, everybody has already been given so much information that we had already had, so instead of repeating it, thank you very much for your time. Yes.
Provisions in the ordinance that allow changes in ownership and changes in location, and use that as criteria or guidelines to whether or not if they have a different location or change in ownership, it would meet.
Back for the rebuttal. As far as the property goes, we have a relationship with the owner of the property,
And Pro Builders is aware that we can buy the property anytime if we get a license. So it'd be at the same property. That takes care of that question. As far as ownership goes, when we didn't get our license the first round, people didn't want to go for the expense of the appeal. So I took over more ownership that we wanted. Max did, and Trees finally got to come in. That's how that went. So that can answer that. Trees did have, during the riots and the looting down in Oakland, they were affected, but they were insured, so they weren't affected. So they're getting, obviously, insurance money to cover that loss. As far as me, I'm Edio. I know some of you, not all of you, but born right over there and up on the hill when it was a new hospital. And born and raised right here. And they are correct. I don't know that much about dispensary business, but that's why I have a partner of NUG. You know, smart businessman hires the people in the right spot and becomes partners with people in the right spot. I'm very good at making buildings look beautiful. You know, I remember years ago driving down Placerville Drive, you saw Henningson's and Sons. Then Henningson's and Sons closed up, you saw bar none auction. And Placerville Drive was an eyesore. Then in comes Home Depot. Now it's beautiful. It's going down there. We're going to take the old All-Star Rents or Dog Pound or whatever it was, and we're going to beautify it. We're going to make it look sharp, if we get our license, of course. But community involvement, you know, I'm very involved with community, with the STAR program. I don't know if you're familiar with STAR, Boys and Girls Club, Mother Teresa, CASA, and Upper Room. I just donate to Upper Room. I don't actually work there. I am very involved in community, and I just want the best for our community and to do it right. So thank you for your time.
Can I just make one last comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question? Radio?
No, I was just gonna ask council if there's any questions.
Yeah, I do have one question, and that is that you had referenced that you didn't think that 7 permits would actually.
Oh, that's for him.
Yes,
Yes.
would actually create an issue of saturation.
That's right.
When I don't know where it is, the 1 in 15,000 is one cannabis store in 15,000 at least.
Right.
That's the rule of thumb that,
Okay.
the industry has, that for an estimate, one permit for 15,000 population.
So there is the rule of thumb that 1 per 15,000 population. City population is 10,000.
Right.
Our area of influence could be, you know, roughly 40,000. That still doesn't, the math still doesn't work. How does that math work for you?
I think it works in the following way. We see most projects don't actually make it to final completion. And so that's why we would suggest, in addition to the idea of opening up to 7, okay, and if we're making that the smallest number that we think we can fairly apportion. So that does not include people who have dropped out of the process, or people who did not file an appeal, or people who weren't selected. So we're down to 7. Frankly, we think Reserve House has some problems with their location, but I think that's the kind of thing where, in addition to awarding those 7 licenses, you would set up some kind of criteria which would apply to how and how quickly you have to be open. And I think that winnows out a number of your applicants. Like a time frame or something along those lines, which makes it, I don't want to call it a subsidiary process to what's already happened, but it's another way for the city to control that through the issuance of limits on where and how quickly those have to be processed and be ready to be open. And that's very typically done. In most places, if you are given what we call a business operating permit or cannabis permit, you have a fairly narrow timeline in which you have to be open and operating, or you lose the use.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks so much.
We don't have anybody else.
That now is. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the, public comment portion, for this appeal, and we will start with interested parties first. So I will go back and hand it over to Mrs. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any interested parties wishing to speak in response to TMG Trees appeal? Now's the time. Raise your hand. You have 5 minutes, and I will remind you when you are down to 1 minute. I don't see anyone's hand raised, Mr. Mayor, so if it's okay, we'll move on to public comment.
Yeah.
Anyone wishing to speak to TMG Trees appeal, raise your hand. You have 3 minutes, and I'll remind you when you are down to 30 seconds. No comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for further discussion. Any comments at this point before we close this appeal? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that appeal.
Procedural question, I guess. Sure. Let's see, now we've had all of our testimony. So now public comment, everything is closed. There'll be no further data taken by the council, correct? Correct. Right, so we are at time to deliberate.
Deliberate, yes.
And so much like court.
So
That's what attorneys do.
So no further public comment can be taken after now,
At this point.
At this point, correct.
after our, okay, gotcha.
So, just looking at the hour, we thought to finish this up.
How long is it gonna take?
It's up to you.
I
He
think
probably hasn't ordered it, so.
he hasn't? I think he did. It's supposed to be here too, and I don't see it yet. Oh.
I'm guessing your deliberation is going to take a little bit of time.
I think so too. I don't.
Yeah, start to take a break and then come back and.
A lunch break?
Yes, let's let Cleve get an update maybe on the time, and then we can.
The people upstairs would like a break.
Exactly, and the people upstairs.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. Yeah, we need to.
It's about 3 minutes after noon.
Well, the timing worked out well for.
It does, it's perfect.
Cleve got all of his hours of work. Would we want to come back at 1 o'clock? Assuming.
Yeah, I would say an hour break if we,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Everybody upstairs.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, then let's go ahead and do that. So we will adjourn, for a lunch, and meet back at, 3 after 1. Right, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are reconvening, and we are moving to the discussion phase on the, 4 appeals. And so we will, and just as a point of order, we're now looking at the appeals collectively in terms of, or are we gonna?
Well, you're going to have to decide each one of them individually.
Right.
But to the extent that there are common
Themes.
issues or themes with respect to them, you can talk about them globally. And so, you can, yeah.
Okay.
The one thing I wanted just to mention at the start of your deliberations is that there's been a lot of comments and testimony today about what somebody's application did or didn't say, and why theirs is better than the others. And I do agree that the charge is to select the best, the top applicants, but I don't really think that is your duty today. What I'm saying is that the process was supposed to select the top applicant. Your duty today is to look at the
decide the issues on appeal, and in so doing, determine whether or not the process was followed correctly, so that the top applicants were in fact selected at the end of the process.
You know, that part's a little difficult for me because I almost wish that we could have had some of the selection committee here or something, because I think what they went through was a whole different thing than what we're going through and why they approved these folks, you know?
Well, they got to see everybody's application.
They
and They got
did.
to weigh those applications.
And I kind of think what Mr. Clarici said when he called in is that you know, it was spread out and the times, you know, were different and the things that were presented and I think they weighed in on different.
Well, and this, let me say that if you feel that the selection process was flawed, be it that HDL didn't do their job properly, or that some other measure of the selection process was flawed, you do have the ability to throw it all out and start over again. You do have the ability to determine that there wasn't prejudicial error with respect to the selection if you feel in the other direction. I mean, you have a wide range of avenues that you can approach with regard to this, you know, your decision on these things.
Well, it's with, like I'm saying, it's with uncertainty that I have this feeling, because I don't, like I say, I wish we could have conferred with them, or they could have.
And what I've tried to steer you away from is rejudging all of the applications, substituting your evaluations based on what you've heard
Right.
for that of the evaluators, be it HDL or the selection committee.
Exactly.
Because you're not hearing them all.
No.
You're just hearing a few of them.
Right.
So it's very difficult to do that, and we're trying to get you to focus on the points that are raised in an appeal. Are those points valid? And if they are valid, if there's no merit to them, fine, dismiss the appeal. If they are valid, then how do you correct those? And are they valid to the point where it was unfair and there was some prejudicial effect to someone, and to try and figure out a remedy for
Okay.
that?
Well, let me ask this, because you're right, we don't have the foresight of, or the context of some of those other interviews. But let me ask this, because essentially, though, what we face today is two of the applicants, or the ones that were originally granted license, Chuck's and Reserve House, they were able to hit the minimum threshold through the appeals process. So one of the things we have to look at is, was that appeals process proper? Because if we don't think that appeals process was proper, then it's moot about anything else that happens after that.
With one caveat.
Okay.
The appeals process could be improper, but did it have a detrimental effect on the other applicants to where the entire procedure, by keeping Chuck's and Reserve House in, is tainted to the point where it was unfair to everybody else?
And that gets to the ability of the rest of the applicants to have made additional arguments to their applications in order to potentially better their scores.
That's certainly one of the areas, actually.
The only thing I would add to that is, you know, arguably the phase 3 interview and selection process fills that in a little bit. So for all of the applicants who maybe did not benefit from the mid-appeal procedure, they were still allowed to advance because they had the threshold score, and so they were still evaluated at phase 3 with interviews and additional scoring. So the final scoring that we utilize in the staff report, it's not based solely on HDL scores. It's based on the final scores that include the phase 3 selection committee's additional scoring. It's just, it just depends on whether or not you want to take into account the adjustments that happen to Chuck's and Reserve House.
Okay, so on that point then, so if you take in the phase 3, the phase 3, which was the selection committees, they had a numerical scoring as well as HDL, correct?
Correct.
And so those two scores were then combined to give us the ranking that we see on, attachment one.
This one?
Yeah, I lost mine real fast. So with those two, so if you take that into account, then you have a score of, so Sacred Roots is number one under that scenario. Chuck's is number 5. Reserve House is number 10. Element 7, number 2. And 3 Habitat, number 3. Canatopia 4. TMG 9. And then CN Holdings 8. So if you take into account the third level, even so if you accept it, the two that, so in this case then, Reserve House and Chuck's would still fall outside of the top 3 when you take into account the scoring of the selection committee and HDL. So it wasn't until it got to the 4th level, which was the final determination from the city manager, that we had Chuck's and Reserve House then move up from their 5th and 10th place respectively into 2nd and 3rd. And so that's sort of where we're at if we're going to.
Except Reserve wasn't 10th then. I mean.
Well, yeah, they were 10th and then they got moved into 3rd.
But I mean, they didn't go from 10th to.
They did. They went
Did
from
they?
10 to 3.
Well, let me say this. When the city manager made the selection, they moved from 10 to 3.
They did.
They didn't move up in the scoring, but they were selected as the 3rd applicant.
Which arguably is what is spelled out in the process, that he has that discretion. And that, and if you throw that out, which, is that the only piece we throw out, or?
In that case, if you were to go with
Are we entitled to know the reasons why the selection committee did what they did? Why they elevated, I mean, what are we missing?
Right. Well, and you have 2 different things here, right? So you have a score that came out of the selection committee, and then you have a verbal recommendation that was different from their scoring.
Correct.
Correct. So how do we reconcile those 2 things?
I'm not sure that you can.
Well, and that's part of why we fell back on scoring.
Can I respond to something?
That's what I was wondering. Can,
Is that okay, John?
Your staff.
I mean, you made the, yes, absolutely.
Let me just a couple things. I will tell you that I believe the committee relied heavily on their individual scores. They didn't look heavily, but I'm not sure they even had the HDL scores when they did their interviews. In fact, I don't think they did. I mean, they were aware of them, but they were not looking at those to see where they were scoring, et cetera, in the HDL process. And so if you look at just the committee scores, you'll see that Chuck scored number 2 and the Reserve House is number 5. I believe that what it came down to was just their personal thoughts on in the interviews. As you all know, when you do interviews like that, there's intangibles that you can't really put a number to sometimes. And so I met with them and I asked them, okay, you've gone through this, you've done the interviews, similar to what I do with when I hire somebody, an employment interview. What are your top 3? And those were the top 3 they gave me, and that's what I used as my recommendation. I considered it, I looked at all the factors, I saw the scores, and then I went along with the committee's recommendation.
Is there anything that you heard, Dan, or that they told you, or that you used that you can share with us, or no? That's not allowed?
I don't think there was anything in particular. They felt, the Chuck's was one of the ones that was local. They just liked their application. They liked their process and what they had presented. They were really high on Chuck's. They didn't say a lot about Sacred Roots, but they scored them very high.
Mhm.
Sacred Roots scored high through all the process.
Right.
Reserve House, I will tell you, they liked what they described as a little bit different model that they were presenting of how they were going to do business. And they felt that, that was impressive, that was something they liked, and that's why they raised them up from where they were.
Okay, now that everything's clear.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mike.
But I did want to lay out the context of kind of what
Absolutely,
we're,
and I, that's the way I feel too, is that if I decide on something, I don't want to do the wrong thing, you know, to create any more litigation or anything like that. So I want to be sure that I have the right reasons for making the decision I'm making.
all right. Any other thoughts or comments at this point from council?
There's this, I have this, when we're talking about chucks, they bring up a point of substantive and objective point scoring issues that are very subjective, not objective, but subjective, and they could clearly point those out. And from what I understand, those, correct me if I'm wrong, but those are, you know, valid points. How far back do we go in this process to unravel this, to fix it? And I'm just trying, or if it's fixable, I don't know. That would be really easy, wouldn't it, just to fix it? But, so that, I don't have the answer or solution, but that is kind of sitting in me as to, if there is objective issues within that process, and they're identifiable, and it caused those, for lack of better, caused challenges with, gave them opportunity, a real reason to appeal, because they could state it clearly if that was wrong. Where do we sit with that?
Well, I'm gonna try and answer it. I'm not sure I'll succeed. If you go back and you try to reevaluate Chuck's scoring, and primarily you're talking about HDL's rating right now, you almost have to review all of those scores, I think, in order to determine whether or not there's something amiss. I don't think that you are here today to do that. The appeals require you to deal with the issues raised in the appeals. However, having said that, if you feel that you've heard enough evidence today that you feel that HDL scoring are suspect at least and problematic, then staff's recommendation fails, because it's predicated on HDL scoring being consistent, being reasonably accurate, being fair and objective. So if you have those concerns, then staff's recommendation goes out the door, and you need to look at either starting the whole process over again, or determining if there is some sort of thread, for want of a better word, some sort of connection to the ultimate scoring that would give you the ability to, in essence, disregard HDL scoring and come up with a decision that these are the top applicants, either based on the city manager's decision or based upon something else. Ashley, any thoughts on what I said?
Well, no, but I think, well then, yes. I think the second piece of what you just described would be similar to finding that maybe you're uncomfortable with HDL scoring. Maybe you're uncomfortable with revisiting Chuck's and Reserve House at this stage. And so maybe there's enough evidence on the record to support ultimately the city manager's selection of them. And if that's how you feel, that's still resolving the appeal. It's just denying them in a different way than what staff recommended. And so I think the really important point for the council is to simply articulate your findings and reasons for for why you might feel that.
Procedural question,
Yes.
before we get down here any further, because we're gonna get, I think we're gonna get confused. We're gonna be required to address each one of these appeals with a separate motion, correct?
Correct.
And, once we've done that, so there'll be 4 motions required by what's been presented and agendized before the council. That does not prevent us from making additional motions that would direct staff to issue, for just using as an example, Cleves, going back and using Cleves selection, or some modification of 1 license, 2 licenses, 0 licenses.
Or 7 licenses.
Or 7 licenses.
I was gonna ask that.
So we don't wanna limit ourselves, that we've only got these 4, we've got our opportunity, as long as we're in session here with this item, to then go on and address these, issuing of these licenses to any one of these applicants, or none of these applicants.
Correct.
Okay, so I think it's important to keep in mind. With that, I would suggest that we, at some point here quickly, we start looking at the first applicant, Canatopia, and see whether or not, based on what council has told us, what do we want to do with that appeal?
Yeah.
We can start knocking them off.
And I just have one more, because I think how we go about each one of these is gonna be based upon the lens of the greater conversation, because that's gonna be the philosophy we hopefully follow as a unit, in order to make these decisions. So if we use the argument, I mean, if we go back to what you just said, John, in terms of if we think that there was problems with the HDL methodology in their scoring, and we accept the findings of the city manager, isn't that, I mean, wouldn't that be based upon sort of a faulty foundation then? Because we've essentially gone through 3 levels of phases on those numbers for him to make that decision. So he was informed by the HDL numbers, the select committee, and then their verbal also to him, in order to come to his conclusion that the 3 that he selected were the best of all of them. But if we find that our reason for allowing it is based on a discrediting HDL's methodology, how do you reconcile that and getting to Mr. Morris's pick?
Let me try one step at a time.
Thank you.
You could find that in favor of, let's say, Canatopia, and that the mid-level appeals were not authorized and represented procedural errors in the process. At the same time, you could find that lost my train of thought where I was going with that, but that doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion that let's say Reserve House and Chuck's need to be excluded from further consideration, because you could also find that, based on the evidence presented, HDL scoring appears to be inaccurate, which then means that Chuck's and Reserve House are still in the mix. So what I'm saying is you can actually grant that portion of the appeal or make that finding and still not throw out Chuck's and Reserve House. Kind of what Ashley was saying, if you find that the rest of the process was such that it supported their being included in the top candidates and available for selection. It's a bit of a stretch, but I'm trying to get there. Actually, can you help me on
I'm not
that?
seeing it, that the light in my eye hasn't gone on to understand that. Maybe, I don't know.
Ashley can explain it better than I can.
Well, I think one issue that you're getting at is if we find that the mid-procedure appeals weren't proper, where does that leave us? I think the simple fact of whether or not it conformed to the cannabis ordinance is actually not really the crucial issue. It's whether or not there was potential harm and prejudice to the other applicants. If you are uncomfortable with disqualifying applicants due to the interim appeals because there's concerns about HDL scoring, I think that's also a valid point that the council has to reckon with. But again, it's possible to have concerns about that and still find that the rest of the process worked itself out in a way where you can trust and find that the applicants that were selected by the city manager are nevertheless, eligible and qualified. It's not easy. I mean, it's messy. I think what we're trying to say is that even if you find some level of ambiguity or concern with that initial part, it is still possible to find other reasons why you nevertheless are going to uphold the city manager's decision. If you don't feel like you can make those findings, then you're right. You sort of are revisiting that initial part, and you have to just determine what you want to do with that. Either rescoring that evaluations or issuing less permits or.
Yes, Councilmember Acuna.
That mid-procedure appeal process was a process that elevated Chuck's and took away the hard HDL scoring.
Correct.
And allowed sort of these interpretations of what the intent was and what the applicants appealed and what they presented. So now, in my mind, if I'm one of these 7 people and I was in 2nd or 3rd or 4th place, and somebody that went from 7th or 8th jumped up to 3, I'm going to be talking to my attorney because I'm going to be very upset with that process. Because a mid-procedure appeal that isn't even in our procedure, in our policy, occurred. And there was just arbitrary decisions by some folks that, we're going to move this applicant from 7 to 3. That's a huge move when there's 3 licenses at risk. So this really is leading me down this road of how potentially defective our process has been and this appeal process, and having these outside firms and the council and what have you looking at it and pointing these the irregularities out that occurred along the way has me worried about the potential litigation no matter what we award.
And that's kind of along those same lines that I feel the same way. To me, the way it's been explained to us is that phase 2, it was allowable, and I think that there are reasons for the elevation. I think it did kind of, to me, in my eyes, I'm thinking that HDL did make some errors, but again, I don't know the legal aspects, but apparently it did because it did elevate them. So I agree with Mark that I think that therein lies the problem. It's that number 2, the phase 2 or whatever we're calling it. Some errors were made along the way. So it's either going to boost this one or it's going to boost this one. And for us to, if we decide one or the other, then the appeals are going to, it's still there. I mean, we haven't solved anything.
I think we'll be back again in a different form. So just finding that same, we won't won anything.
Right. Well, and maybe because we've gone a little in a circle, maybe re-clarify the original staff position, because I think that's what you were trying to get at in terms of threading the needle to get to a point where we lessen the potential for litigation.
Right. And that's why staff determined that the mid-level appeals were not authorized by statute, and that as a result of that, it gave Chuck's and Reserve House an unfair advantage because they were able to move on to phase 3 where otherwise they would not have had they not been given that quote mid-level appeal. There's an argument that the ordinance provides that the city manager is to set the rules and procedures for the selection process. You could argue that inherent in that is the ability to create those appeals and give those appeals. You could also find that those appeals didn't result in any prejudice to the other applicants. So there's ways of kind of getting around staff's report. The staff's report was trying to address the issues in the appeal, come up with the most fair way to handle this, given what we were dealt, and say that Chuck's Reserve House were given the ability of a process that the ordinance did not provide for, and therefore should not have been moved on, and therefore should not be counted. And then we looked at the most objective way we could find of how do you pick the top applicant, something, and the numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the most objective way. The product of interviews, it was the product of the selection committee, and it wasn't subject to an arbitrary, capricious decision that, oh, I'm gonna pick 4 because I like them better than number 1 or something like that. I'm not saying that happened, but I think that's what we were trying to do, is come up with the most fail-safe, way to do that.
Okay, thank you.
The point of order again.
Yeah.
Do we need to have specific findings for denial? I know we have to have specific findings to approve the appeal. And depending on where the council decides to go with this, we would probably ask that you give us direction, and then we want to bring back those findings for your approval before they're ultimately made. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the one thing I would add is you'll notice in the conclusion on each appeal where there's staff recommendation, you mentioned, at the conclusion, adopting a resolution number blank. We didn't attach draft resolutions because we needed to really see some direction. So I do recommend some sort of findings or reasoning, but it can be framed in the context of direction to staff on so that it allows us to know what to bring back to you.
Okay.
Tell us where you want us to go, and we'll go.
All right.
All right, but we're not actually making an official,
Well, we are.
I mean, sort of, but
Well, I mean,
we're gonna come
people-
back and ratify it.
Exactly. You're gonna give us direction, and people will know where you're going. It's just a matter of having the writing.
Gotcha.
And I would do it by motion so that
Yeah.
we have consensus, but also it is an action. You'll come back with a resolution that you'll have to adopt, but
So a motion today and a resolution in 3 weeks.
you're,
First meeting in August, right, John? Yes. And if you, you can call another special meeting if you want to bring some finality to it, depending on what you do. I mean, if you throw everything out, it doesn't matter. But if you do decide you want some applicants to move forward, I'm sure that they would appreciate no more delay than necessary.
Right. Councilmember Acuna.
Maybe now would be the time to suggest it, because John just you said the word, and sat through this point. Evidence that was being presented, obvious errors from various parties, including the cities. The also was very clear that the applicants and their industry feel very strongly about getting in this market. Think that 3 licenses is way too small, and all were in favor of 7. It was obviously clear that legal action was going to be taken depending on what this council did, which is more time and delay and money that we don't have any of. So I've been very prudent as I've been thinking this whole process through. There is one applicant that has risen above throughout this entire process, and that is Shaker Foods on Upper Main Street. And understanding that they have every right to go ahead to the planning commission and get their site cleared, that 600-foot vertical cliff, I'm sure, will be easily understood, and they will. I would see that being shouldn't be too much of a predicament. So my thought is, do we award that one applicant who's even been noted by some of the other applicants as being a quality person, good application, have a proven track record, they are local, they've hit all those check marks. They have a background and history of being involved in the community. Do we award that license, throw everything else out, close this application process, and start over using, of course, what we've learned to refine and button up our new, again, based on everything, do we think about saying, no, there's been just too many material mistakes made along this way. We say we're going to stop and throw all the applications out and start over once again, making the necessary adjustments and corrections to the process. That's what I've been waiting for the last couple of hours.
There was one, and I can't remember which one, he said that if we decide to go with 7, he's out of, they would withdraw, they wouldn't. And I don't remember which, so that would narrow it down to 6 if we opened it up to 7.
I'm not sure.
I think there might have been a comment that, that Kelly made in the sense that they may have had a different look at it or a different outlook if they knew it was going to be 7
They knew it was gonna be
applications
7.
versus, or however many more than 3, I
Yeah.
guess.
But I thought he ended with saying, we're out of here, you know, I mean, yeah. I don't know, it's just a really unfortunate thing. I look at, especially Chuck's and all that they have invested because they were told they were one of the finalists, and I'm thinking of the fairness of that too, you know,
Although I think on that point, they were given forewarning from the very beginning that.
they were
that-
definitely.
That they were, yeah, and I, Mr.
Okay.
Morris, if you wanted to comment on.
Then I'm misunderstanding, because I thought that the final 3 were the final 3, and that they really.
What happened is they came in to start improvements on their building. I let them know that there was an appeal there, and I cautioned them and said I did not think they should do that.
Okay.
And their comment was, we have other plans that worked out, we want to move forward. And I said, okay, just let you understand, it's being appealed, and the success is at your risk.
Oh, okay.
There's, at the risk of muddying the waters further, there is another option that we touched on briefly, but what I'm hearing is concern about the process to the point where you're thinking whether or not it affected the outcome and the validity of the outcome. You could tell all of the applicants, all 11 that made it through the initial screening and were there for the HDL scoring, that they could resubmit their applications, use their existing applications, and amend them to reflect any changes that have occurred, whether it's location, whether it's in structure, management, capitalization, et cetera, and then put them through an expedited process that skips the HDL scoring, perhaps, but goes directly to a selection committee or some sort of a process like that that's expedited. And if you do that, I would strongly suggest that include a criteria, which are the top applicants to be selected.
Yeah.
I would assume that would include a new selection committee, because if I was an applicant, I certainly wouldn't want to go back to the same selection committee if I wasn't.
I think you'd have new faces all around.
Right,
Yes.
they'd be biased. I like that idea.
Councilmember Acuna.
Can I ask our council, have you, at this point, with year plus of this last bit of appeals, have you seen enough to where you can see where we really need to go in and tighten up this new, if we were to go with this new application process, to make those clarifications really be strong?
Truthfully, my recommendation would be, if you're gonna utilize a point system, to then clarify that the permits go to the top ranked points. It's a way of just, there's inherently some subjectivity to human process in general. And so I think it's considering that if there was any level of review and rescoring, that it could follow even the same criteria that's already in the application procedures and the points and all of that. I mean, those are things that have already been determined to be important to the city. But I think the clarification that we've missed so far is, and that's where I think you could clarify that it goes to the top ranked based on the scores.
It eliminates, I agree with Ashley, and it eliminates another level of subjectivity. As she mentioned, you have subjectivity in that scoring by whatever the committee members might be in terms of location, all the different elements. There's gonna be some subjectivity in that, and they have made their scores based upon that. Then you go to another level, and all due respect to Cleve, the city manager level, and he's gonna use some subjectivity too in terms of whether location is, you know, the key, whatever, and in fact, not have the benefit of being able to sit down and have all these interviews in a condensed period of time where they could compare and analyze and determine, okay, who should get the most points for location? Who should get the most points for this or that other aspect of it? That, I think, really made the situation worse, so that it's not unusual that there's, to me, it's not surprising, I should say, that their scoring, when it was all said and done, didn't match up with the three that they selected.
Then if under that scenario, then everybody then would get a chance to come back and resubmit.
Everybody who, let's say, would be in the top 11, the ones who were, you know, there at phase 2 that were subject to the HDL scoring.
What about fees? Would we charge again?
I don't think we should.
That's what I'm thinking, that we should not,
So we would incur the cost then of our help, our awesome help, to do that process for 11 applicants.
On this new concept with points, and so I'm envisioning like a 5-person review board. Maybe 3 would be great, but 5 is probably better for something that's as diverse as this. They sit down, because you're absolutely right, Mr. Driscoll is absolutely right. I just sat down and did this for the fire district a few weeks ago, and we stayed until we were done, but we saw every single person went through. For fairness and completeness, it makes a huge difference to see each person, well, they're all getting the same questions, the same opportunities to respond and provide what they're bringing.
right.
And it was a three-person board doing that. And then we turned our scores into, you know, the training officers. Once we had, the 11, they come back, they turn it in, they sit with the board, and they tally these scores. Does it go to the city manager, or does it come directly to the city council?
Well, and that's where I was gonna go with what you were saying, Mark, is, I mean, if we're gonna
Well, there
reduce,
shouldn't be an appeal, to be fair.
or do you just give it, I mean, does it just come straight to the council then? Because it's gonna ultimately end with an appeal to us anyways, if somebody doesn't think the process is correct. So it's sort of, yeah, I think another committee doesn't really
It has one more layer of.
ambiguity.
Well, then you get the
That's what
personal
I'm thinking.
interpretation, and well, what did that person
I
mean
do
by
have
that?
one thing to add to this conversation, and that is that there is one applicant that is everything every step of the way.
And that's the one I think, yeah.
And so I think that applicant should be included in this conversation in terms of keeping that applicant to for the remaining 10.
That's my only problem with that though, they've already said that the process can't give one person, and they got through first in a messed up process, and then it's back up for everybody else.
There was no challenge and no question, even the applicants themselves said.
But if we're making our findings on HDL's process is flawed, and the selection committee is flawed, how do you then still give
Yeah, because it was still flawed.
sacred?
Exactly. No, I think we ought to,
If you're gonna, so you either, you start making too many arguments as to why somebody else should be let in then.
yeah.
And that's why, I mean, from what's presented by staff, which is you have a numerical system, which there seems to be some consensus that a numerical system is the best way to score something that has human ambiguity. And you have 3 people that went through 3 levels of 3 levels of initial HDL, and that gave us a score, and scores were the top three that we have here today. Otherwise, we're starting it all over again on our dollar, because it wouldn't be fair to ask these people to come back and have to repay us again. So, I mean, that's.
And they're, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I mean.
So they're gonna still incur some expenses too.
One issue that the the applicants will be concerned with, I suspect, is that now everybody's seen everybody else's application. So there's gonna be an argument that will give some of the applicants who maybe didn't score as well a leg up in terms of how to approach it. I'm not sure that that's an argument that would sway me not to do that, but it is a consideration.
Well, there's some accusations too,
Right.
so that would clear up a lot of that maybe.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. If element 7 was suspended, that obviously would disqualify them, so, yeah. I think it was 3 habitat, not element 7.
It was?
3 habitat, I believe, not element 7.
Yeah, I think that's.
Right, and that would just default then to the next, whoever the.
And for that reason, they might choose not to apply.
Develop this scoring system and get this review group together quickly.
I like the,
It's been so long since I've seen them, but I mean, that would be fine. It
on
doesn't
how they
work.
chose it, you know.
Yeah, because we were not gonna have HDL involved in this.
Exactly.
Going forward, we're not paying, I mean, I don't need that level of.
Well, I think John just said he, you know, location, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
I have somewhere in my file here,
Yeah.
the selection committee scoring, so I can tell you what they used.
So I think the application procedures as well
Yeah.
specified the categories of information that would be evaluated and how many points would be allotted to each one. And it was a slightly different allocation than what HDL used. Looked at things like the qualifications of the owners, location, neighborhood compatibility plan, environmental impact mitigation, labor and employment, local enterprise, business plan, safety plan, security plan, community benefits, and air quality plan. One thing that, and this is specific to an appeal, but it's relevant to this issue, one of the suggestions that Trees had raised in their appeal was that when it came down to point allocations, one more objective way to award points would be an all or nothing. So it's either in the application or it's not, and then there's not sort of a sliding scale of how many points. Ultimately, you know, we can't determine whether that would result in fairer results. So I don't know that that's a better alternative, but it's something to consider.
It's interesting that you bring it up, because again, these fire captain reviews that I did, if you didn't have if you didn't have your documents attached, you didn't get.
That's the way
Candidates that didn't get points, and the easy points to get, time at school, and they didn't have it.
The one thing I would,
It's very clear.
yeah, the add to that in terms of having clear criteria is that if you do an all or nothing scale, you definitely have the possibility because more uniform. So then it would, you know, probably be a good idea for the council to reiterate how exactly the final selection would then happen if there's ties.
Okay, well, let me do this, because and we can continue to talk in this global, because I think it's been very helpful for us to make our decisions. Do we think there's any, is it worthwhile to move forward on any of these individual appeals at this point? To start maybe either, what would be the correct terminology? Is it if you say you wanted to agree with TMZ, I mean, is it, or to just denying or approving the appeal, right? I mean, or we're giving direction to deny or approve?
Affirm, or you can.
You can do it in part. I mean,
Yeah.
there's different.
How much emphasis should be put on financial for them to meet, is there a fine line that these of operation have to prove to show their, you know, their financial back? Because that was another accusation, is that they lied out. And how do you look into that? I mean,
That's the background check.
See, that's kind of, that technical stuff is what HDL is doing. They would look at the determination, did it have enough verification of financial? In fact, in looking at some of their scoring, they scored people down or didn't give them the maximum amount of points if they weren't able to verify their finances. So they looked at those kinds of things. So that level was a level of scrutiny that was more of a technical nature. For example, looking at security, do they have the security set up in the right place? Where are their alarms? How are they, you know, not only secure for robbery, but natural disasters, any of those kinds of things. The selection committee was more of a 30,000 foot level review of those things. You know, I looked at many of the things. I'm just looking at what they did. I mean, they looked at qualification of owners, location, compatibility plan, environmental impact mitigation, the same things that Ashley was mentioning. They looked at those and then they commented on them. But it was more of a, I think, an upper level view of that rather than the lower level one HDL did.
and that lower level is really important.
Absolutely.
Well, and we could always predicate a finding that we'd have to double check those again to make sure nothing had changed from today, and that if they didn't, if it was suspended or there was a legal issue, that the next scoring issue.
I think we're looking at.
And they would look for the, so they would, you would approve with a license pending.
Pending the background check again, yeah.
Industry.
That makes sense. I mean,
And we,
I would think we do that regardless, just
Well, I thought
because,
they said we would do that.
yeah.
I thought that was, exactly. Great.
I mean, I would want to know if something had changed or someone was under current litigation or, not
Absolutely.
litigation, but an actual criminal case.
The applicants would all have to know that was gonna be the condition being granted for the three. Could be you, top scorer, and then pass an HDL review.
And
That would
what
involve
they're
that.
definitely going to review.
Yeah.
In other words,
It's the same stuff that John listed.
Again, I would condition that, for me, I would have done that as part of, if we did something today as a motion to say that notwithstanding, you'll get this, but not, unless, you know, pass the, you know, another round of background prior to getting your license.
Sorry, did you catch that? Yeah, we were talking about having HDL come in and do what I would call the industry review to the finalists. And that would be a condition of getting the permit. So if you scored on the top three, then they would go off and actually would raise his hand.
I was just gonna say, I would clarify that maybe to say HDL or another.
Oh, yeah, just
Equal firm. We're using that.
cannabis industry consultant or.
Yes, consultant to verify that their background
Yeah,
checks are
thank you.
clean, so.
Yeah, you
So.
I think you do need some technical review because so much time has passed since HDL did the original one. I mean, it's 9 months probably. It should be just a generic statement. I'm trying to still think of a way to address the appeal. Something's telling me that we really need to be careful about making sure that we do that. Yeah.
well, if we make this decision to start all over, can't we just have a ballpark on the appeals? I mean, this is, we're not denying it or agreeing, we're just saying it's out of here.
Ashley, feel free to jump in, but I think we need to make a decision on the appeals.
On each one.
And it can be wrapped into a decision to throw it out, but,
Yeah.
but what that would sort of look like, you know, if we're looking at, Canatopia, for example, is, you know, as to claims that, certain applications didn't meet minimum criteria and that there was an unfair selection process and that there were, you know, I think those were the main claims on the appeal, that the council finds that there were procedural issues that, you know, you're gonna grant the appeal as to those issues, and this is what we are providing staff direction to come back with, how that will be rectified. And then you would, address the claims against Sacred Roots. To some extent, maybe it's moot because it's all getting thrown out, but I would still buy that you're finding that, you know,
So should we be making, to direct staff to develop the word regarding the Canatopia appeal as contract counsel? So in part of it, we would be, we'd actually be because of these internal procedural errors.
The motion is more specifically. So we're talking about Canatopia's appeal right now.
Correct.
And as to claims related to selected applications not meeting minimum criteria and that there was an unfair selection process,
We would, the motion would be to grant that on that particular.
due to procedural issues as discussed in the staff report.
And we have a second. So this would be, bring it back for further discussion. And Mark, can you, for me, can you put that into the higher level, view for me too, so I understand where that appeal is coming from in the greater, philosophy of where we're coming from?
Well, as we've discovered through the process and the testimony that we heard, that there were irregularities in the process. And so that would be the basis to grant the appeal.
Specifically, item D is there. And when you start that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So again, clarifying the motion, with respect to Canatopia, you would find in favor of the appellants on the issue of the selected applicants do not meet the minimum criteria, the unfair selection process.
Yes.
But with respect to the incomplete, non-responsive application, which is directed at Sacred Roots,
You would deny
that.
That is correct. That's my motion.
And I'll
Continue to second that?
I'll continue second. No, I don't.
Thank you for your voice.
This is specific to HDL for its process.
Yeah, see, that's why I asked the question of,
Okay,
Because
so to make
as
it
well
clear, it's
as-
not the committee's process, but the HDL.
Right.
for it.
Correct.
Well, that's a good clarification. Report does discuss city manager selection, and mid-level appeals. It doesn't address, you know, a specific finding that HDL scoring was faulty, because that wasn't what was raised in Canatopia's appeal. If that's further support for why you feel that there were procedural irregularities that justify granting the appeal, then I would state that, we can include that in the motion.
The mid procedure appeal.
So HDL scoring and mid-procedure appeal.
And then, I would culminate the motion with directing the staff to bring back findings consistent with the motion.
Oh, thank you. I would ask staff to bring back findings consistent with the
I'll
motion.
keep agreeing.
We all made the motion, you make the second.
Maybe you guys can do it.
Okay, so just again, so we're saying that there was a flaw in your motion is there's a flaw on the HDL process as well as, what do you call it, the
Mid-process appeals?
Yeah, or
the mid appeals, so both. Okay. Because that does have actions.
The motion also goes on to deny the claim made against
Sacred Roots.
Sacred Roots, right.
What about, down here, it says additional claims on the appeal?
There were no additional factual arguments on that part. They just included in their appeal that they also were asserting that the applications were material, ambiguous, or inconsistent and do not meet minimum requirements on the same grounds as referenced in their appeal. There weren't any new arguments there.
Do we need to address each one of these items separately, or we can, just by granting the appeal?
Will it be the same
It's gonna be
wording?
similar with respect to the portions of the Canatopia appeal that you are granting. And I'm assuming it would be similar to the specifics with regarding Sacred Roots as well. There are a couple of other issues such as, there's one about the, conflict of interest, and
Or are you asking if we need to,
Address each individual one? I mean, all we have to do is grant the appeal and not address each individual item on there.
you mean within their appeal?
Right.
That's correct. I think your motion's specific enough. It deals with each of those issues. And we would just make sure that we come back with a resolution that had findings that
As long as one of them is appealable and they win, the rest of them are kind of, doesn't matter.
Well, yes and no.
Okay,
Yes and no,
okay, you
yeah.
guys are the attorneys, I'll let you figure that out.
Okay, so, road, by adding in HDL mid, that would be for all, I mean, essentially this is gonna be for all 4 appeals. That still leaves, I mean, what does that mean to the overall licensing? Or maybe it doesn't mean anything.
Well, I think that's where, maybe by separate motion, you can provide direction to staff for how you want this to come back for the final decision on permit issuance.
Okay, that's, yeah, I wanted to make that, because there is a distinction there
Correct.
on the licenses.
And just to further clarify, I'm hoping I'm being helpful and not muddying it. But to further clarify, the motion that's on the floor is very similar to the staff report. Where it differs is that it declines to go so far as to, it rejects using HDL scoring, and the final scoring to provide a ranked list of applicants and issue permits accordingly.
And
That's the part that is different than what's in the staff
well, and
report.
that's my concern. So that means we're making a taking the scores out because we're saying the HDL process was flawed. Kind of starting from scratch again if you do that.
I think we're gonna have to.
Because, I mean, that's why I said, I think we have, and now I'll go back to what I said was, we have scores here that, council has provided us, the staff, that went through 3 levels and came out with a score that ranked the top 3. It was only when it got to the 4th level that ranking then became changed. If we acknowledge that the fourth level had a different ranking, that was not permissible, you still have a clean process through the first three that gave us a numerical score. So you do have three people on a numerical score that were scored until we got to that fourth one, which is what staff is going back to. We're literally starting over from scratch on our dime to do this.
Except they're disputing the second phase where that midterm thing was allowed.
Right, but for us, that's why we're saying it would go to just those three, because the mid, it would disqualify them off the top, and it would just be the rest of the people that scored. That's why you don't have a 10th place going to third and a 5th place going to second. I mean, it seems to me, from my perspective, it seems to me like we have a fairly clean process in front of us that we're not going to backtrack on and start all over again, except for when the city manager made the decision to change the 10th place to third and the 5th place to second. But if we want to start all over again, I'm just saying there's going to be a lot. I personally don't want to start all over again because I think we have a good process.
I share your frustration, but I think, there's been enough, I've heard enough testimony today to be concerned about this getting tied up in court pretty quickly. If we don't go back and start.
I think we need to clean up the whole thing.
Fair playing field.
Otherwise, there's gonna be litigation.
I think the issue of, HDL's accuracy in their scoring when it comes to objective issues is the big concern to me. And I agree with you, I don't wanna go back and redo this process.
I don't want to, but I'm just thinking that we need to.
There's a motion on the floor.
So we have a first and a second. We have further discussion on the motion.
The motion is to.
I think Ashley wrote it down.
The first two parts of the.
Yes,
Their appeal and deny the third claim.
Yeah.
Which was, in regards to your shaker group.
Yeah.
Yes, and specifically based on findings, consistent in the staff report and findings that will be brought back to council, that there were irregularities in the process, including both HDL scoring and the mid-procedure appeal.
Include both of those. Those are the two things, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
So we have a first and a second. So, Mr. Morris, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragossa,
No.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
and Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor is absent. So it passes with a 3-1 vote.
Okay, so let's go on to
Chairman is out on office.
oh, actually, we just go to, so we have element 7 is the next appeal that's on our list.
So there are some similarities to this. There are, the verbiage is slightly different, but it's still going to the same basic issue of the, mid-level appeals. And, I think to the extent that it relates to that, given the motion you just made and passed, you could do a similar motion with respect to the 7 appeal. I'm looking to see any specifics.
They were, on grounds they were provided.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to grant the appeal filed by element 7 Fossil based on the findings that there were inconsistencies, ambiguities in the application process, and their additional claim that there is unfair and preferential treatment. Talking about the mid-procedure appeal there. Yeah, I think so. I would make a motion to both of their points.
So one additional point that we would recommend you deny as to their appeal was they argued that the current appeal process, meaning the one we're in right now, unfairly limited the appeal to 5 pages, which further demonstrated preferential treatment to the applicants that were selected.
I would deny that. Pardon. Sorry, I didn't spot that. So I would move for denial of that claim.
And then again, direct staff to bring back findings.
Back findings supporting the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Morris, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
No.
Vice Mayor Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Brill.
Aye. Three habitat.
The habitat appeal.
Not that I highlighted.
And there's,
First round of the selection process was fair.
again,
We talked about the Chucks.
Mhm. Both of them, Chucks and Reserve.
They allege that the application process was ambiguous, inconsistent, and improper. I think primarily directed and Reserve House. And
Sorry, I was just gonna say, the second claim in their appeal is that, Reserve House specifically was non-responsive. But it ties to the procedure of the mid-process appeal.
and then the last claim is their, claim that the city did not give them the time they wanted, needed to respond to the appeal, and that we charged them money that, for copies of the records that they sought, and that effectively was, conflict of interest on the city's part, and I would recommend you deny that.
I deny
so I
that.
would make a motion to, grant the appeal for Free Habitat on the first and second items, and deny their third claim that the city was ineffective.
About their application, question? Does that need to be?
I believe that's, the second issue that is included in the motion.
Yeah, that would be their items 1 and 2.
Oh, and one,
Page
oh, that's,
15.
okay.
Yeah, that's
I got
selected out as non-responsive.
I see it now.
So that's all kind of part of that application
Yeah.
process.
We have a motion.
May I clarify one?
Oh, I'll second.
I just wanted to clarify quickly, we are still talking about when you reference, procedural inconsistencies and ambiguities in each of these motions. It's for both the HDL and mid-procedure. Okay, just want to clarify for everyone.
Further discussion?
Dennis seconded.
Okay, roll call, Mr. Morris.
Mayor Saragosa,
No.
Vice Mayor Thomas? No. I mean, yes. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Well, I see her hand whip around so quick. Councilmember Acuna? Sorry about that. And Councilmember Brill.
Aye.
That's funny.
Yes.
Keep you on your toes. All right, thank you. So we will move on then to the TMD trees, appeal.
Okay, they allege that the two of the successful applicants did not provide complete applications. I think that is also bound up in the mid-level appeal issue. They have like 7 grounds, so there was one directed at, excuse me, at Sacred Roots because of their location and proximity to the school. That's number two. Number three was directly related to the mid-process appeals. There was the fourth one that alleged that there was some ex parte communications between the city and other applicants. And we can address that. And then fifth one was the city's evaluation criteria is ambiguous and unfair. And then number six, one of the applicants had a lower score than them. Number seven, council members who recuse themselves from voting on the cannabis ordinance should not have participated in the selection process. I don't think any council member who's.
It was Dennis and me.
Right. I think that's so, but we would recommend then, I believe, approval of one, the applications, two, the improper mid-procedure appeal, and about five, about the criteria being ambiguous.
So that was addressed in the staff report, and staff recommendation was to deny, that claim. The claim was that there was improper, ex parte communications. Those communications were not identified in the appeal. But one of the allegations stemmed from a site visit, to Pure Life, I believe.
Right.
But it was confirmed based on the evidence that happened, before the application procedure even began. And so ultimately, we felt that the evidence didn't support those claims on appeal.
Mr. Mayor, if you would entertain a motion?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I'll go ahead and make a motion to grant the appeal filed by TMG, specifically their item 1 regarding the application process, their item 3 related to the procedure appeal, their item 5, city criteria being ambiguous, and their item number 6, one applicant had a lower score, reflecting on the HDL scoring system. I would also include in the motion denying item number 2, related to Sacred Roots and its proximity to the school. The item 4, deny the city engaged in ex parte communications, and deny item 7, council member conflicts of interest. And I direct staff to bring back findings and to support that action.
Second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? None? Mr. Moore, roll call.
Mayor Saragosa,
No?
Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Acuna,
Yes.
Councilmember Bell.
Aye.
Okay, so we've gone through the appeal. Now, we go on to the, license discussion, and we wanted to direct staff in regards to the licenses.
Would it be the thought of the city attorney and the mayor that this would require a motion, or can it be direction to staff? Give me first shot.
Really, it's taking the form of direction, but because, I think it's important for the council to all be on the same page, and also for the record, everyone listening, but also, whatever may flow from this proceeding, it would probably be good to have a motion.
So,
I'll be ready when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Well, I don't know if I'm ready. Maybe I am. So, we've had some pretty good discussion, and Ashley's comment, I think, is right, because we're really all warmed up on this. We've had very interesting testimony this morning, and
gone through an interesting process. And let's see, we had talked earlier about allowing the 11, the original 11
That's what John said.
applicants. Originally, there were 13. They were whittled down to 11, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay.
Point of order on that, is it whittled down to 11 through the HDL process or whittled down to 11 on the intake process?
Good point.
Disqualified applicants.
Because I'm thinking we don't need 11 for some reason. I don't know why I'm thinking.
Well, because it's gonna be 13 if it's, because we've already said the HDL process was flawed, so you can't cut it down to 11 if it was based on.
We might need clarification from the city manager or the city attorney, but my understanding is that Greenleaf and the Kind Source were two applicants that were disqualified based on HDL scoring that declined to appeal.
That's right.
So that may be important, well, no, because
So if they decline to appeal, is that automatically?
I could see them coming back though, couldn't you? Yeah. But again,
I mean, if
yes, I
the,
can.
the council has found finding that the HDL process was flawed.
And they were disqualified because of
Oh,
that.
because of that.
So they did not appeal.
There was one that did appeal, that didn't move on, and there was one that did not appeal.
So how many original applications did we have?
13.
Came in the door before we started. 13? So it would be to include the original application, oh, John's gonna like this, based on the closing date of the original application process.
So all 13?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna find HDL's process was flawed, then you have to, I think, include the two, even though they didn't appeal, the two that were eliminated by HDL. And for clarity, I think it should say as known on the date of closing, because I could see somebody challenging that, on that original application process, so. yeah.
Can I confer with council? We need to take a break if we can, please.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Or you need longer?
No, that should be good.
Okay.
How do you turn that off?
Okay, we are now unmuted. Mr. Mayor, I had a question for city council, for city legal counsel.
Absolutely.
I'm asking. John, at this point in the proceedings, and Ashley, we have dealt with the appeals as they were, and so would it still be in the purview of this council, not only staff in regards to a new licensing procedure, but it be also possible for this council to issue licenses today? Yes, both. You actually have an obligation of sorts to, now you've made a determination there were errors, you need to come up with some remedy or some procedure to go forward. So the answer to your first question is yes, and the answer to your second question is yes, dependent upon the appropriate findings. If it would please the mayor, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to direct the council to issue one applicant who has consistently risen above throughout the entire process, and that would be Sacred Ridge, and ask staff to bring back findings to support this resolution.
If I may,
Yeah.
just request clarification on the, maybe the reason.
Solicitation, and Sacred Roots, locally owned, track record of community involvement, has quality application, has peer, industry, recognition. Can I suggest that there, I think maybe
what you're searching for is that, the errors and omissions, if I will, occurred during the process from HDL and, the mid-level appeals did not change.
Had no
Scoring and results with respect to,
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
they,
Mayor. I think it's exactly
they were so far ahead of others.
And in comparing them to the flaws that we did discover in the process, Sacred Roots was not affected, and they remained the #1 applicant.
And their selection as #1 was not tainted by any of those flaws.
That's the intent.
Okay.
I would note for the council, issuing a permit to Sacred Roots on those grounds and findings is also consistent with your previous motions on the appeals. 2 of the 4 appeals did raise specific challenges to Sacred Roots that you have all denied.
There's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. I have concerns with that because I think, again, it's based on the foundation that we've already said is flawed. And so we're still granting a license based on a process that we have said is flawed, that I think exposes us legally. Does council have any comments to that?
The comments that I would make would be based primarily on the fact that Sacred Roots did not benefit by any flaws in that process. They did not benefit by the HDL scoring necessarily, and they certainly didn't have a mid-level or mid-process appeal, so they didn't benefit by that. They were consistently #1 through all of the processes. So the argument would be that the deficiencies that the council has noted in their previous motions in granting the appeals did not have any effect on Sacred Roots, nor did Sacred Roots have any prejudicial effect on the other applicants.
Let me rephrase that, I suppose, because I agree with that. But how does that affect other applicants in their arguments about the process?
Well, the arguments, obviously the ones that relate to the mid-level appeals don't apply to them. The only argument that I could see is the argument relating to the scoring issue. And the argument was that how can you pick a #10 when they were 10 and move them up into the top 3 and eliminate 2 and 3 out of the scoring? Sacred Roots was 1, and they stayed 1. So that would be my response to that. They didn't move up, they didn't displace somebody who was higher ranked, is what I'm getting at.
Right. But it certainly would give credence to another applicant's argument, though, that the numbers, because they're not getting an application, we're not flawed, since.
Yeah, other than the fact.
I don't know if you have.
So I think what you're getting at is that arguably, you could say that Sacred Roots maybe got an artificially high score because of the same faulty system. I think is a concern with how you reconcile, declaring the scoring to be faulty, but still hold them as #1. I think that's certainly an argument. I believe on phase 3 interviews and scoring, they were again independently #1. So I think that's one way to reconcile that, is that they didn't benefit from mid-procedure appeal process. And to the extent that maybe their score was flawed by the same system, they nevertheless were scored independently #1 again, later.
And I think the fact that their score wasn't marginal after phase 2, their score was way up there, again, #1, that the flawed system would not have had an effect on them, which would have brought them down to where they wouldn't have been in contention for the selection committee's deliberation. Can I ask, what were the
selection committee's rankings of the applicants.
Say that again, Mayor.
What were the rankings in the selection committee's scoring?
So Sacred Roots was number 1 with 2,254 points. Number 2 was Chuck's Conscious Consulting with 2,217 points. 3 was 3 Habitat, 2,193. 4 was Element 7 with 2,151, and then it goes down from there. I can give you more if you want more scores.
No, that's good, because that kind of,
I was just gonna say, because now you're gonna bring this back for final, ask for
Findings?
yes. Bring back findings supporting the motion, so we can make sure that we've identified clearly the indicators where, even though we have found flaws in the system, it at no time would have impacted this applicant.
Do that, or we can try.
But if we redo the process, we don't know for sure if they're still gonna be number 1.
And we still do need to redo the process.
Exactly.
well, they would be out, because
They would be done.
out. They would be done.
They would get, no, clarification is this would be to give them a permit.
So, right,
There would be 2 licenses left.
where are we at right now?
The scoring sheet,
We-
word.
This guy?
We granted their appeals in part, based on findings that there were flaws and irregularities in the procedure. However, to date, the council has not yet determined permit issuance, which, is sort of the second aspect of each of the appeals. So they make certain claims, and then their requested relief is that they be issued a permit. I think that's the part that's been undecided and will be decided by direction to staff on how you issue permits. The interesting thing about the current motion on the floor is that if the council decides to issue the permit to Sacred Roots, it's almost like, I don't know that a separate resolution with findings is necessary, because if you are rejecting the claims on appeal as to them and make specific findings about how they were not, I guess, benefited from the flaws in the system, they sort of just keep their permit that was already selected, sort of like upholding their selection.
It does, it upholds their selection, but I think that it's important to distinguish why they did not benefit from the flaws in the system and need to be reconsidered like everybody else.
Here's,
So let me, that line of question real quick, if you don't mind. So we have 1, which hasn't changed. 2 and 3 just are still there, or they have been now reestablished because of this appeal?
Well, see, that begs the question of, now that you found flaws in the system, what do you do as a result of that?
Okay.
Do you then find that the flaws were so prejudicial that Reserve House and Chuck's are disqualified as suggested in the staff report? Or do you find that something else that allows them to continue on? Or do you throw, as the discussion has been earlier, do you throw out everybody else and have them start over again?
And that's where we're at.
Right, so and this is why I brought up the scoring from the selection committee, because 3 Habitat is number 3 on the total scoring. 3 Habitat was number 3 on the selection committee. So you could also make the same argument that 3 Habitat wasn't affected by the HDL scoring as well.
But 3 Habitat wasn't selected by the city manager.
but that wasn't selected by the city manager.
So you're gonna have to address that issue as well, whereas Sacred Roots was selected #1 by the city manager. So you got another hurdle there to go.
True, but it's messy, is what I'm saying. Because we've already said that that process was not
the best.
Not the best. So we do have a first and a second, and we've had some more conversation. Is there any other questions or comments on the motion?
Can we reread the motion? We have it somewhere, because
The motion, I think, is basically grant a permit to Sacred Roots based on findings that they were not tainted by the process, and did not result in prejudice to other people.
Thank you.
Any other clarifications? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote on the item.
Mayor Sargos,
No.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Acuna,
Yes.
Councilmember Borelli,
No.
That motion fails. So we're sort of back on back to the discussion of the process on the licenses.
Then I would just in discussion, based on the failure of that motion, I think we need to look at throwing all the applications out and starting over, waiving the application fee, allowing all 13 of the original applicants at the time of the closing of the original application date, prior to any anything that was done by our consultant, HDL. And that we're going to be using a scoring system, point system. I'd be okay with the 3-person board, but maybe 5 is better.
Is there any portion that everybody went through that could be eliminated? Is there,
No, I don't think we want to go back and touch anything in the old, right? Do we?
I mean, they went through records checks, background checks, all those sorts of things.
do we need to do, everything?
Well, just the issue that's been raised about, Tree Habitat having their license suspended, and there were some other comments made about.
Financial, I think.
There's financial, but there was also some sort of sounded like some sort of a legal issue that one of the principals of, one of the companies was involved in, I don't know. So, at some point in time, because of the time, it would certainly be recommended that those issues be rechecked, re-verified. There may be issues regarding funding that needs to be re-verified. There may be letters of credit that have expired, different things like that would have to be revisited. So there needs to be some level of review with respect to that. May not have to be quite as thorough.
Extensive or?
Extensive, that's a better
That's what
word,
I'm wondering, if there's any portion that.
But I mean, I think that would need to be done by somebody like HDL or a similar
Another
type
firm.
entity, yeah.
Before lunch, we had talked about having a consultant, not, and not getting out of the habit of using HDL, because they may not be the new person. We don't know. Let a consultant look at their, review their application for, once the top 3 were selected, at the end, we were thinking about having them then vetted by an HDL type review.
Can I ask a question that we talked about too? Cleve, in all your dealings with other city managers and stuff, and since this was such a new issue and we kind of got in, on the first, is there any firm or anything out there that have become experts on setting these up, or you know, that they've streamlined this process?
Actually, the one I hear of the most is HDL.
Okay.
And, you know,
There are others out there, but they're the most, best known use.
and we may be able to structure it with HDL, with specific instructions, as to how to go about this.
That's what I'm thinking. They've got to have whittled this thing down.
And, you know, once we get past the process of selecting applicants for permits, when we get the permits involved, they are a really good company to do the auditing and the things that need to be done. And I'd hate to burn that bridge with them. I think they can do it. I just think this needs to be cleaned up a little bit. If that's what my impression.
That's what I'm thinking.
But it definitely needs to be brought to their attention and cleaned up.
Yeah.
So, but I do think at some point in time, you go through the process, and I use the term expedited, but I shouldn't probably have, because you're gonna need, with these new applications and amended applications, there's gonna be changed financials, there's gonna be changed corporate structure. There's, as we've talked about, situations where there may be legal problems or license issues, all those kinds of things. You're gonna need that level of review. And the best entity to do that is somebody like HDL.
Right.
And maybe shouldn't talk off the top of my head, but maybe you limit, if your concern is how they did the scoring, you limit what they do in that regard. Because you limit how they, I mean, it's either pass or fail, let me put it that way. So you don't have somebody saying, well, they didn't look at this, or they didn't
Instead of
look at that, or
numbers.
they didn't give me enough points for this, make it either, you know, pass or fail.
That does get to associate counsel's position of ties.
Well, no, this is just initial.
Okay.
Oh, this is just initial, and then there'd be something like the selection committee, which would actually.
So there still would be a numerical
scoring. Yeah.
scoring.
If I can make a suggestion, I think if there's a general framework that you feel comfortable with how applications should be reviewed, part of the direction could be for staff to come back with the proposed selection criteria or point system or something, so we have some more time to work on it. And then you have to, when we bring back all of these resolutions on the appeals, and on this process, we could have some draft maybe criteria or scoring mechanisms so that it's clear for everyone involved what you're approving and adopting for the review. We'll have to work on it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And would we eliminate this middle appeal? I mean, it would be just
Oh,
one,
yes.
one shot.
Do we need the motion to do that? I'd be happy to try.
Yes, I think that would be helpful for everybody involved.
I would make a motion to direct staff to develop a new application process, allowing the original 13 applicants to apply.
Based on the ending date of the initial application period.
Based on the ending date of the original application process, so clear with who's eligible. The cities will waive the fees for the application process and direct staff to develop a point system, a review committee. You want me to specify? I'd say 5 people. Less would be better, but I wouldn't want to get there. 5 or less. Okay.
Did you find 5 cumbersome, Cleve, with the?
5 is doable. I prefer 3, I think, for what we're doing. I don't know what the attorneys think, John, but either one.
Importance is you get a good cross-section.
A cross-section, yeah.
or Mark, if I may,
Sure.
what if we just did it, they develop a
Yeah,
system of
that's fine.
scoring
Develop a scoring system.
that comes back,
And
that
it
just
comes back to us.
Yes, that's where,
That's
that
what
was
we
gonna be my
talked
next
about
thing,
earlier.
yeah. That the review committee report its findings to the city council. And, direct staff to develop a tiebreaker recommendation. And that the process will involve the use of a consultant similar to HGL or a similar firm to review all of the, standard industry, cannabis industry information, you know, licensing, financials, security, et cetera, and bring that back to the council.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further questions or comments?
I have a clarifying question.
Yes.
So all 13 applicants will be permitted to resubmit their application. I assume that they are allowed to provide new or updated information. So the applications won't stay static. But I also presume they could submit, the same or a similar application that they already did. We're not necessarily requiring that everything has to be redone.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Clarification for myself, if there's a 14th or a 15th applicant out there now, they would be allowed to take part in the new, but the fees would not be waived for any additional. That's up to you folks.
But you said as of a date, that was in your motion.
Okay, well, I can let me think about it, and maybe modify that, because what if there's a new corporate group, whatever, wants to come in, who weren't part of the original 13, so it wouldn't be my intent to leave them locked out, but they would not be in the waiver. Fee waiver. I don't want to be waiving fees for a new corporation.
Well, that's rolling it back to zero, there's no applicant. And if those people choose to apply, they don't get the fees waived, but that's the only.
I don't think I'm in favor of opening it up.
I mean, that's just.
I think we ought to
I'll
stick
leave it
with
the way,
what.
I'll leave my motion the way it was originally.
Thank you.
Original 13 applicants with the deadline as we had outlined.
Small give to the remaining group.
Just thinking out there in case.
Is there any, there's always talk of litigation. How does that play into this application process?
I'm sorry, did you say?
There's always this threat of litigation.
Okay.
How does that play into this process of moving forward? Could one of these groups sue us and apply at the same time?
Yes. Yes, they could. I could add an item, but I don't know if it would be.
Just say absolutely no litigation is prohibited.
Yeah, the fees would no longer be waived. I don't think you're gonna get as much, but.
I mean, in some ways, the council is sort of bifurcating the issues. I mean, you've determined some of the issues on the appeals, but you haven't yet rendered a decision on final permit issuance. So in some ways, it's continuing the process until there's a final permit issuance.
Consider we have the same applicant in the pool.
So, this motion, if it was successful, wouldn't prohibit the council from still issuing a license.
I don't see how
you'd be going. What? Doing, but I'm not sure I understand your comment. Well, I'm thinking if I'm understanding the council correctly, we really haven't, there's still 3 licenses out there. And
we still have the right to, as a council, to issue a license to an applicant.
The council has authorized the issuance of up to 3 licenses. You've instituted a process to do that, and you've now determined that the process that you just went through was failed and needs to be redone.
Run them all.
I don't see how you can issue a license to somebody other than the ones that you have in the queue now, let's put it that way.
You mean, I can't go in, darn, for him reason.
Yeah, they're too long to list of that.
Patty Pothouse.
Yeah, Patty's Pot House.
I'll call for the question.
Yes. Oh, yeah. All right, so roll call vote, please. Sorry, I was forgetting my Robert's rule.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas.
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
and Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Okay. That motion passes 4-0. And that would just conclude item 6 on the appeals. Is there anything else?
Well, the next council meeting is in August.
August 11th.
11th.
That gives us enough time to do that. If that's okay with the council, or do you want us to come back sooner?
No,
I think you should take the time you need to do this.
Is that enough?
Yeah. Unless you come back to us, and you say, we can do it sooner, then we can discuss that, but I think we're probably fine with the 11th. Okay, and on that note, at 3:05, I will adjourn this special meeting of the Placerville City Council. Thank you, everybody.